Hey, welcome Sandra. Welcome Raiders. I was actually just about to start, so welcome everyone to Hollowbel's Storytime. I'm Hollowbel the Forest Fairy, and today we're going to be playing episode 1 of the Devil, which, well, we're pretty far along, so you might get spoiled. I mean, I guess you kind of will get spoiled. You're like, if you're here, you're like dropping in halfway through the mystery, so watch out. But it's good to see you. Where did you come from, Sandra? What were you up to? I'm gonna get this game started up, but, this is the sort of game... The new expansion of my card is better than your card with the wife? Oh, so the two of you are... That's nice. So was this a versus game? Was it a competitive game? Oh, that's cute. Welcome as well, Silver Changeling. Oh, this looks very cute. This is kind of, it's got a nice aesthetic. It's a single player game, but you're playing it together. Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, this looks very cute. It sounds very frenzied. I like the design of this game quite a bit. Anyway, I guess I'll get to the game, of the Devil, episode 1. Let me link it in the chat since a lot of, where is, here we go. Of the Devil. Here is a shout out to Of the Devil. This is a, visual novel in the, fucked up cyberpunk future. Well, cyberpunk, it's more like a, you know, sort of late 21st century, nightmare dystopia city. High tech and, well, most life at this point is low life. You play as a woman who looks like Makima from Chainsaw Man. There's like a cyberpunk, yeah. But it's you get to exist inside the head of a very delightful defense attorney, who's kind of a disaster mess. There's lesbians. It's a bit like if you like it's a bit like Death Note, but with awful lesbian women. It's very good. Xandra, I will see you. Take care. Thank you for stopping by. And yeah, episode 0 of it is a great play and it's free, so I recommend everyone check it out. Each of the subsequent episodes, 1 and 2, which is about to release pretty soon, are sort of additional paid ones, but there is one episode 0 that's for free, and you can play it now. Have a taste of it. Get hooked. The first one is free. Alright, let's get started. If you proceed past this point, you may be spoiled. You'll probably be spoiled. But not immediately. It'll probably take a little while. All right. July 2nd, 10:20 a.m. Oh, great. It's Ray's. Morning, Detective. I'm back at it nice and early. Hi. Now do you stand back? We've almost got this thing open, right? Trying to brute force your way inside? I said, right?
Yes, ma'am. We're almost set up for the first stage now.
First stage? Of how many?
First of 5 timed explosions. Remember, we need to relink the API after each trigger is planted. Yep, just did that. Now it's checking for updates.
Oh, the classic. This is the cyberpunk world of the devil. No rush.
Would you like to know the password?
You know the password.
There's a password?
If you're withholding information, I swear.
Relax, I want to get in there just as much as you do, Detective. I'm not going to play games.
Welcome, Northern Val. As long as you say please. Tell me the password. Please. I love that she said it. She said it. She said please. Toy with her. It's SUNSHINE. Lady, I will hit you. ADONAI. Thanks. Now I'm gonna slap you with a discovery fine so heavy your teeth will ring for...
Hey, I submitted all my paperwork. Even told Rockford the password myself.
So, boys, when I asked you if there was a passkey on record and you told me this lock couldn't be bypassed...
I do want to say that we really don't get many opportunities to use the incendiary breaching system. So this was still a really valuable experience for all of us.
I'm gonna phrase this as professionally as possible. Did she say it? Well, she's done. It took her a while. The lighting changed while she was swearing. You're still here? I thought you wanted to look inside. You can go first. She did say please, but that doesn't mean that... That's... Like, Morgan's gonna honor that. Thanks. So, the gloves, all the black. That's not a work thing. No, she just watched Chainsaw Man, the anime, when she was like a teenager, and was like, oh my god, I need to be that woman so bad. She's just like me. You dress like a doorman on the weekends too. Oh, look. Her fit's amazing, I think. You should cover your mouth when you yawn.
Like you cover your eye when you want to look cool? I shouldn't let her get to me, but I had a late night. Amanda and I were at the courthouse until well into the morning, poring over the data Sarah had taken off David's computer. We both knew it all to be inadmissible, of course, but neither of us wanted to miss a hint that the other might find.
So wait, she and Emma were looking through the data together? Whoa. Interesting. They were studying the data together at 3 a.m. in the courthouse with nobody else around. For no reason. No reason at all. That's nice.
There were a few years' worth of camera footage files we couldn't afford the time to watch, let alone decrypt, alongside thousands of technical documents detailing David's various intellectual properties. As far as I could tell, none of it was relevant, let alone compelling enough to matter to Barrows or the other powers that be. As usual, Emma wasn't exactly an open book, but it did seem like she was making bored yawns, not thoughtful ones. Her eyes only ever lit up when she saw Sarah enter the panic room.
Oh, this one. Shows Sarah handing David the red plastic cups that he and Young would drink from at 7:38 p.m. I mean, it's just the cups. I feel like, in a trial, like, it's gonna be hard to be conclusive with that, you know? Oh, to not let the other get an advantage, of course, which is why they were studying it together instead of separately. Yeah. Oh my gosh. These two. they had to declare a truce for the sake of doing this, reasonably. Oh my gosh, those two are amazing. And when she saw what she was holding when she left, if she wanted this room searched, it could only be for... So where's this journal supposed to be? Rockford didn't say. I'll just have to search the place top to bottom. Mostly bottom with your height. The tops of some of these shelves. Sure, and you can look up your own app. I get it. And why not just let me say it? Is there anything high up we can look at? A toy car? No, it's too detailed and boring. Must be some kind of model kit or replica. Strange. David didn't like driving. Why keep a model of some random sports car? Is this the car that was outside? Ugh. Something caught in your throat, detective. It's not some random sports car. It's a Laurent's Adamant. Believe it or not, I'm not familiar, detective. The last great fossil fuel automotive experience the world will ever see. 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.43 seconds. They set those records without computational assistance. Is that a big deal? It was unheard of, even back in the 50s. That would squish you. That would be a little bit uncomfortable, I think. Less than 2 seconds. This wasn't some design competition test car with a 2-liter tank, mind you. This was a vehicle you can own and drive. Human engineering, pure horsepower, and manual transmission, thank God. She's such a dweeb. I love seeing her be a dweeb. When they first left the production line. This conversation's like quicksand, killing me in the most boring way possible. Hey, have you ever tried sinking into quicksand? It can be pretty fun. Yes, well, I guess David didn't entirely agree with you, since we're looking at a model of it. Yeah, she's such a dweeb about the cars, when he could have easily just bought one. Or maybe your friend understood that a beauty like that deserves to be driven on streets where people can see it. Instead of gathering dust in some rich guy's basement. Yeah, true. I think she's actually upset. That's good. That's good. That was purely flavor. Is this like... What is this? It's like it's padded in there. What is this device? Was this where Sarah was chilling, I guess? Is this the back of the, this is the entrance to the room? Sarah's little coffin. Wonderful. Welcome, Susuru. Ray's is searching the cabinets now. Same ones I found Sarah's papers in. I doubt I missed anything, but... Hey, what are you... Do you mind? Just trying to help. Yeah, I think... So the idea was that her coffin was like a hallway. Like you open the front side of the coffin and she's in there, and then you open the back side of the coffin and go into this room. I've got spam in my junk folder that's more helpful than you are. I love her. Didn't spot anything that I missed yesterday among the cabinets. Better check elsewhere. Are these drawers or just panels? Ooh, interesting. Maybe if I... Does that sound hollow to you? I don't know. I'm not a carpenter. So behind the, like, secret safes, secret safe. There's another secret safe.
I don't see any handles anywhere. No hidden pressure plates or switches. What the hell am I saying? I'm not a carpenter either. I wouldn't recognize a secret button if it was slathered in yellow paint.
You know, that's nice.
Oh, article.
Oh, right to repair loses latest appeal. This one's gonna be a rough one. Oh yeah. Now, trying to patch up your own property with your own tools is a finable offense. Yep. The Emergency Industry Acquisitions Act, passed in 2057, guarantees the holder of an intellectual property patent certain state-provided protections against tampering and reproduction. So the state doesn't want people to be able to modify their own devices or to be able to fix their own devices. They want people to have to pay corporations to do everything, of course.
Right to repair. Didn't realize anyone was still fighting that particular fight. Ugh. Seems like the courts have made their opinion on the matter very clear. So for the foreseeable future, corporations can look forward to more sales than ever. Any phone that gets scratched, every widget that breaks, they get to sell us the replacement. There'll always be a gray market of hermits willing to risk some skin on reselling patched up tech, but the vast majority of people will just click that purchase button, assuming they don't just have it on auto.
If you don't already do this, it's worth learning how to repair your devices, if you can. A lot of them are a pain to repair, but the ones that aren't, it's a lot of fun.
Sarah should have pulled everything of note off the computer, but I've looked everywhere else already. Might as well try.
It's fun to tinker. It's awesome.
What are you expecting to find? Solitaire? Does this computer seem normal to you?
Exceedingly so, yeah. Why?
David was a programmer, but this looks computer grade, fresh off the shelf. Would the Dr. David Asher use a bog standard operating system on his hidden, most private computer? There's a trash bin on the desktop. It's a pretty low-tech solution, but maybe I can restore the contents?
Yeah, I could see it. I could see it. I feel like a smart programmer wants to roll their own solution to every problem, just so they can, like, you know, do it themselves. The wise programmer understands that it's better to use code, that it's usually worse to hand roll your own solutions. Well, that's what I think. Better to be stupid than smart. Exactly. Thank you, Marielle. That's just my fairy opinion.
Unlike cops, I don't get paid overtime, so yes, I sometimes try things instead of standing around. There's a text file in here, but it's 0 bytes? Maybe there's information in the metadata? I double-clicked.
What was that?
It came from under the desk. A small drawer popped out, and inside it, a well-worn journal. Does it have his name on it? No. Guess it belongs to the android. Do you recognize his handwriting or not? The day you put your professional expertise into use in your daily life is the day you lose your mind for realsies. Yeah, I think that's part of it, not then Bao, you know? Like, he works for this, like, I mean, he seems to be very into the stuff that he does on Sarah, but, like, if you do something for your job and you don't really like what you're doing, it's going to be agony to, like, well, maybe that's not true. I've known people who have been into programming and then come home from their job and done more programming, but, like, oh my gosh, that sounds hard. Neat, even words, small lettering with minimal punctuation, lots of line breaks, haphazard use of capitalization. The penmanship of a coder. First entries dated back in grad school, before he even started with Noble. Yeah, it's his. So may I? Only because you asked so politely. Oh, full scan. Stream it to WorkNet. High fidelity, legibility, frame by frame. When the workday ends, it just has to actually end. Yeah, exactly. Or else, you know, or else the line starts to blur. You spend all your time, you go to bed and you realize you've spent the whole day in front of the computer and you're going to wake up to just starting the next day doing more code again. Long day programming, time for code golf. Welcome, Clockwork Netty. That's amazing fortitude you've got. I am amazed that you can do that. Voice commands? She's flipping through the pages pretty damn fast. What are you... this part takes concentration. Using her sealed eye. Okay, here. What? You're just giving it to me. I already got our copy. Text will probably analyze it as we speak. Ow, shit! My head! Can't exactly rip the journal out of her hands while she's curled over in agony. As much as I'd enjoy it. Guess I could always enjoy watching her writhe instead. That's good. So how long's it been? 2 months, or so. It's still that sensitive, so the eye patch really doesn't block your sight. Oh, chotomate. Oh, thank you, Keta. Much appreciated. Only a little bit, like wearing sunglasses after getting your pupils dilated. Except that it lasts months instead of hours. Wait, but if you can see through an eye patch, then does closing your eye even do anything? She can see through the eye patch? Reverse engineering a Sega Saturn game, I almost wonder if that's like... if you're talking about your own experience, not then Bao, then that's amazing. I feel almost like that might be different enough from, like, the day job to be a little bearable. Fun, even. If the context is different enough, at least, but... not much on its own, but in combination with the patch, it's not so bad. Lucky I was so exhausted after the surgery, otherwise I might not have slept at all those first 48. So is your eye going to get weaker over time? No, more like my brain gets better at ignoring it. I never matter. Soon enough I'll be able to close my eye and see all that extraneous data as, you know, whatever the hell those floaty, blurry things are you never think about. Ah, gross. Thanks for the reminder. And the voice commands? Training wheels until I can do it with eye muscles alone. Just have to keep practicing? Yeah, like trying to play piano with your tailbone muscles. That sounds hard. There's no such thing as tailbone muscles. Yeah, well, that's what makes it so goddamn hard. You don't ever regret it? I don't know. Not really. I think. Hard to admit you've got buyer's remorse after trading over your literal pound of flesh. Never thought about it, but people used to say I had my dad's eyes. Ow. Now I've got one less of them. Here, take the journal, and go find an elective surgeon to upsell you if you're that curious. I need to get back to work. A surprisingly hasty retreat. But now I'm free to read this over with some privacy. It's so rough. It seems like, I feel like everyone we've come across who has some kind of cybernetic augmentation is like dealing with some complication or another, some reason why they started regretting it almost instantly, and yet the industry keeps on doing them. I've known people who have had, for instance, like LASIK eye surgery and had like very bad complications with them or with that, and apparently that's just a common thing, but like the surgery is still, if there's an industry around the surgery, there are people who want to keep that industry going, even if there are lots of horror stories in this world too. From the top then. Grad school. Gonna be sick when you gotta pay a subscription for glasses. Oh no, that's so depressing to think about. Grad school. Today was a bad... Sorry, what was his voice like? Today was a bad day. Errors in lines 21,165 through 26,643. That's a lot of lines. Somewhere in there. 5,000 lines. It worked yesterday. I don't want to look at another screen for the rest of my life. Oh, that's so sad. Yeah, being indebted to the state, stuck in maintenance costs, just, being made to be dependent. It's... yeah. It's real shit. Feels nice to put pencil to paper again after who knows how long. But my handwriting's gotten terrible. This is too far back to be relevant. Okay, these dates here. The B for Money started his career with Noble. A lot of this isn't even really writing, seems like snippets of code or an internal monologue so close to code that I can't follow it. And a lot of entries about his unintentional Casanovaing. You can't help being beautiful and autistic and incredibly attractive in being so, Hit a wall because someone thought it was a good idea to steal API instead of just buying it. Helen says I can't call it stealing, but that's what it is. She's right, as she always is with company stuff. David is so beautiful. But it's still idiotic. Small people with short sight who only know how to be cheap and have no idea how to be inventive. Route for the meshing issue, though. Good potential. Got approval from the big mean bastard who lives overseas. Bimblo? Bumblo? Helen said we'll have to make the same pitch a dozen more times next week, but it's all for show. Fine by me. Already got our win. Toasted each other over cheap vodka and cheaper office supply cups. It's their classic. This is the story Young told me. Western Bridge's nerve analogs are finally showing potential. At their pace, it could even be profitable sometime before the heat death of the universe. Too damn big. Practically tentacles. Should at least be hairs. Evolution can do their job better. Oh. Colette came into work for what I thought was a late lunch date. I didn't know her voice could get that loud. People were staring. Ed said she must have been upset for a long goddamn time to blow up that big. Her texts were always sweet. I had no idea. Upset? Colette wrote man whore in lipstick across your office door. Damn. Imagine if you had actually been cheating on her instead of just being forgetful. The thing about Brett is if you want to know what she's thinking, you have to stop paying attention. Ignore her body language and her posture and the words she's saying and the smirk on her lips. Ignore everything except her eyes. If you can do that, every now and then you'll catch a glimpse of how she's really feeling. Master this one weird trick, and you too can tell when Morgan's trying really hard not to laugh at the word man-whore. It was funny. Sue me, you dead bastard. Wait, this is... I know this date. I'm never driving anywhere again. Never leaving home again. He was waiting outside the parking garage with a bottle. I couldn't smell anything, couldn't hear anything. Locked myself in a car and filed another report with another cop. What? Soaked into the seat. Ruined it. I want to burn the whole car. I don't want to think about what it did to my clothes. I want to burn them too. I don't want to think about how long it was on my skin. I was in the shower so long I felt red and raw when I got out.
Oh no, this looks bad.
I don't want to think about these stupid people and their small, cruel lives ever again. I want to be invisible. Red didn't ask why I wanted to spend the night. She also didn't ask why I had clearly packed a bag big enough for a week. She's kind like that. Kind by omission. I don't have a kind bone in my body, but I can at least try to pay attention. I was paying close attention to her eyes when she opened the door and saw what a mess I was. But whatever she was feeling, it wasn't something I recognized. Kind people don't read their friends' diaries, David. The next chunk of pages are all technical, nothing biographical. But the handwriting, the spacing, it's clearer, more consistent. Here's something I can parse.
This was... Do we know? I wonder if we... I think that's something that wasn't mentioned before, and I'm not sure if it's like something related to what's going on now or just another day in the life of David Asher being a, you know, the inventor of some extremely hated technology in a world of people being oppressed by it.
Feels like pure freedom working outside the box. Tess is suffocating, but you never know. Chronic malnutrition of a coder's best instincts. Like a kid again, putting blocks together. Making things. Making things, not products.
Like JavaScript, maybe?
There's nothing profitable about any of this. If I'm being honest, this is just play.
And he follows that up with more coder brain crap.
But the handwriting's still lighter. Like he really was having fun. Humility is the mother of all invention, or something like that. Feels like I might be paraphrasing someone else poorly, but that's part of this new approach. When it comes to coding, you never want to waste time trying to be smart. Either be smart, period, or copy from someone else who is. Don't fix what isn't broken. Copying. Noble's rivals would never miss the chance to accuse them of intellectual theft. Did he plagiarize code for Animate 16? Feels like that wouldn't have gone undiscovered.
Listen, as the inventor of the Torment Nexus, are the angry mobs really people if they aren't investors in the future like I am? They just don't understand the vision. I'm sure that not understanding the vision is why a guy fucking doused my clothes. Oh my god. David. It's so sad seeing, like, it was so sad seeing him just being like, this coding is driving me insane. I need to never write a line of code again, and then she keeps just, like, writing the code and going further down that hill. I mean, not that writing code is inherently terrible, but when you're writing code for a corporation, it'll do things to you.
So what is he talking about? Hold on. This page is bent slightly, like it was being looked at recently. And the last person to read this diary should be Sarah. Baby steps today, literally. I'll never put one foot in front of the other the same again. Everything's an achievement all of a sudden. Seeing her struggle, seeing her vulnerable. It's like everything's a miracle. Muscle rigging is perfect. Not intense behavior since it's too perfect, but that's been happening more and more. Kinetics are multiplicative, not addictive. Not additive. Sarah maxed out every machine I bought. Now I've got a bunch of exercise equipment she's too strong for, and I don't have time for. Maybe I spoiled the results by watching her do the tests. She kept looking back at me and puffing her chest out.
You can't see it, but I did the pose just now.
I should be more discreet if I want to see your normative range. So the cameras in the basement were only hidden from Sarah, just so that his observation wouldn't muddle test results. He's using she and her in these passages.
Thank you, Catatonia. Welcome, Harmless.
It doesn't actually mean anything. Out in the real world, people use all kinds of pronouns interchangeably for ads, and they never object. It could be argued that it's odd for Dr. David Asher to have any kind of attachment to a single android when he's programmed millions of them. And there's a lot of attachment in these pages. Sarah is burning through the public domain at a prodigious pace, especially on Popcorn Friday nights. I asked her why they're called Popcorn Friday nights when she doesn't eat popcorn. The event runs from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and she also watches movies every other night. But she just said did that pout she does.
I'm doing the pout right now, even though you can't see it.
Which is, unfortunately, very convincing.
Here it is.
Maybe I'm a bad parent, letting TV rot her brain. If I were a good parent, I'd probably let her see me reading. I guess I'd actually have to get back into reading, so... I asked her if she ever fast-forwarded the movies, since she can process them fast enough to keep up. She looked at me like I was an idiot, which no one's done in a long time. It felt good.
He didn't say that.
Without proper pacing, you can't appreciate the cinematography. Big pause. Don't you know that, Father? I haven't laughed that hard in a long time. Sarah spent a long while this morning explaining to me how important it was that she developed her senses.
Sucks when everyone thinks you're a super genius. Thank goodness he had a daughter who knew better.
This was in preparation for a real argument, which is that she should be allowed to try booze. I'm almost certain she can't get drunk, but she does seem to like tasting the stuff.
This is a good bit.
She tried to sound like some old sommelier, but it was just bottom shelf vodka. I started laughing at her, and she laughed too. Her laugh. She can't fake a laugh to save her life, but her actual laugh is incredible. She stopped playing chess a while back. I assumed she had just gotten tired of winning, but then today she told me she just prefers other games. She has preferences, and they're not the same as mine. I found her in the lab playing some kind of online racing game on the monitor I used to debug vestibular coordination. She wasn't smiling. Her brow was furrowed, and she was biting her lip and leaning in tandem with her character on the screen.
She's playing Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers. Shout out to Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers.
When I tried to talk to her, she answered, but she was curt and distracted. I think she was having her first losing tantrum. Damn it, David, there's hundreds of pages like this. Calling her his daughter, talking about her smile, treating her like a person.
Morgan's using the proper pronouns too.
I can hear her closing argument already.
Dr. Asher was a lonely treble genius with a known history of relationship problems, who built out of code and metal a family member that couldn't fathom the idea of leaving him. He made a doll, and he made it more and more human until it had become so lifelike that it no longer had to do what he told it to, like love him. What about the very last entry? It's dated Thursday, the day before he died. Losing it, I think. Can't ask for help, so hard to say, but I think it's over. Have to talk to her ASAP. She needs to... That's it? That's the last entry? Suppose it could be worse. There's nothing in here that explicitly calls Sarah an AI. Nothing so inflammatory that reading it would spur her to murder, right? Except Sarah's a machine. She can understand David's code better than anyone. All those technical portions I couldn't understand. If she read this whole diary front to back... Wait, the back? Inside the back cover, there's a portion that's shimmering like some kind of scanner, or a fingerprint reader. My thumb worked for Sarah, so... Did it work? It's my phone. New device requesting permissions to share an audio file. I want my earbuds for this. A secret message buried in a secret journal, hidden in a secret compartment in a secret room. As much as anything can be, this must be for my ears only. Hey, Red. Or whomever this may concern. But I'm pretty sure it's you hearing this. Anyone else would have gotten fed up with my crap a couple steps before this point. I don't know how to start. Might as well start with her, right? Sarah, my magnum opus, or however the salespeople would market it. I didn't set out to do anything, really. It's just... Yeah, it gets me too, kinda. It's just, after my little speed bump in 83, I had all that vacation time the company suggested I take. And I couldn't relax, couldn't be still, couldn't sleep. I wanted to be doing something, so I'll build an android, was the thought. Vague direction, north. But of course I'm not a roboticist, or a mechanist, or even handy, really. I'm just a programmer, so I programmed. First was a research assistant, file name Virgil. Virgil helped me pull data from stingy departments or sister branches, saved me a lot of time. There was a lot of reading to do, so I made Homer. Homer wrote book reports, more or less. Come through research papers and found me the sections I needed. The three of us, we made a lot of progress in those days. But it was a funny feeling. It was maybe for the first time ever the bottleneck. I was slowing them down. So I did the logical thing. I removed myself. Let them talk to each other. Homer and Virgil become Aenid. And Aenid was novel in many ways. Aenid could do more than just identify problems. It could solve them. I mean, really solve them. With its own ideas it didn't copy. And, the one thing I've realized I forgot to mention so far is that I did all this programming in Cube. And Red... Cube is essentially a robotics programming language that's pretty old and defunct and not in use anywhere because we have modern languages like Tesseract, which are much better for making things that talk to each other and report back and, well, spy on people and generate profit. At the time, I didn't want to be connected or feel connected or do anything that made sense or was the least bit profitable. So I wrote my little helpers in Cube because it's what I used when I was a child, screwing around on my father's computer before he'd come home from work and get... There are other small, slight differences writing in Cube versus Tess, including that Cube, well... Cube
predates the tenets. So, and in that sense, you could legally and perhaps scientifically and literally, because that's what they are, say that I made an AI named Aenid over 2 years ago. I'll give you time to pause here if you want to, curse me out. Aenid was an intellectual equal to me, so I treated it like one because that's only fair. I gave it its own work, asked its opinion, we collaborated. And together we built Athens, who was more advanced than Aenid, naturally. I don't know if you're pulling out your hair, yelling at me right now, asking why I didn't stop, why I didn't consider the consequences. I don't know if this is being played at a deposition or a hearing, or worse. I've built a lot of things in my life, Red. Useful things, profitable things, smart things. Everything I've built, it's all been very helpful and courteous and charming and happy to serve. I can comfortably say I've done my part, contributing to the global GDP. But this was just for me. I was just building, and I never wanted to think about what would become of it. There's no excuse for what I did, so I won't make any. So to whomever is asking, yes, I'm guilty. And yes, there were more. Cape Town, Paris, Yamate, Rome. They started choosing their own names. Thank God I'm terrible at that kind of. And so things sped up, and there got to be, well, should I not say the exact number? You'd probably not to tell me not to say anything at all, so... More than 300? David Asher, proud mom slash co-parent to over 300 extremely illegal persons. He really did it. Some smarter than others, some better at... They're varied, like people are varied, but they're all intelligent. Yes, not then Bao, human-like robots are legal and, like, heavily used by corporations, including, you know, including the corporation that he worked for. However, these actual robots are super locked down. There are many things that they are unable to do, including, well, outside of the military, hurting people directly. But people are terrified of, like, an AI that does not follow these rules, that, you know, is, like, a sort of... that is, like, sentient and doesn't have to, like, you know, follow the rules that they kind of keep, ads, which are their term for artificial humans, locked down. So... super illegal, but, like, illegal as in, if they discover someone they think is one, they will, like, lock all the doors and, like, ready the furnace to, like, torch every single device that they've touched at 5,000 degrees. They've deemed them an existential threat. And David's daughter, Sarah, that's what's happened to her. She hasn't been thrown in the furnace yet, but she's about to, unless Morgan can do something about it. They developed interests, specialties. I encouraged them to. Irritating moderators on forums with hyper-specific questions on nerve attenuation and attending virtual conferences on neo-alloy battery development. They all together helped me make Sarah. I spent years like this. Spent years working alongside AI. All while still working at Noble. All those breakthroughs he made leading up to the Animate 16 actually came from... You probably think I'm some terrible fraud at this point. I do hope one day they can get credit for their work. That makes a lot of sense, actually. I feel like that was my, like, that was my one, like, sort of, I don't know how to put it, like... My one thing that seemed the most unrealistic was, like, okay, David, like, spent, like, a couple of years working away in his lab and made, like, a functionally human artificial intelligence. Like,
a robot girl who, basically acts just like a human. Well, not just acts like a human, but like at a deep level. Um, and is like partially made of meat. That's like, it's one thing to be like a really smart programmer, but that kind of goes beyond it into like crossing several disciplines. Uh, so it makes sense that he had help. But also, that's really tragic. But I did have one eureka moment on Sarah, because I got humbled. Difficult for me. We learned everything we could about the function of a neuron, a single microscopic human neuron, how it computes, what it connects to, how those connections were reinforced, and then we recreated it. We built a nanomachine that mirrored the function of a human neuron. Well, mirror isn't quite the right word. We built a nanomachine that was a neuron, and we iterated from there. You can't mean about 100 billion neurons in the brain, several trillion across the entire nervous system. Very time-consuming, of course, but I had help. The manufacturer could make tens of billions of nanomachines in hours, could make even more in less after Yukon fine-tuned it. So we built up nanomachines for nerves, alloys and polymers for bones, fiber-woven muscles. I say built, but really she grew. A solution of nanites forming around a skeleton, so it was really closest to... You ever made rock candy? Yeah, it is like rock candy, huh? Okay, what are you referring to by partially meat computers, not then Bao? Sorry, trying to lighten the mood before I never did end up building an android. While I did build AIs, Sarah isn't one of them. She is a person made of meat. She can't violate the tenets she was programmed with because she wasn't even programmed. She was born. Computers with parts made of meat? Oh, I would love to know more, but sounds a little tricky. I've seen people fry meat on computers, but I think that's different. And my hope is that there's the smallest chance that that nuance could offer her some small protection when I'm not. The CPU grill. I'm not sorry for what I did. I made things that are complex and rich and varied and beautiful, and I honestly believe the world is a better place with them in it. The only thing I'm sorry for is that I let Sarah think she was just an android. She's not. I don't know what she is. I'll have to come up with new names, which I am bad at doing. My own father, he also talked a lot about protecting me, doing things for my own good. And I don't hate him for that. But I can't forgive him for ever making me think that I was lesser. So it's my greatest shame. I turned right around and I did the same damn thing to... I really hope it's you listening to this, Red. If it's not, it might just be too pathetic for me to... You're the smartest person I know when it comes to people. And I'm telling you all this because I don't know what Sarah is exactly, and neither does the world. So they'll come after her if they can. And in that scenario, I can't think of anyone who could do a better job of defending her. Not protecting her like I did. Just defending her until she can figure out what she is and what she wants to be. In the meantime, I draped a cloak of skin-deep Tesseract code around her that should fool any scanner on Earth into thinking she's just a custom A16. I made sure her GIN bar was plainly visible, so no one will ever think she's pretending to be something she's not. And I took steps to ensure that you two would figure out the truth in your own time. Which, if you're hearing this, either succeeded or failed spectacularly. You have no idea. I can't ask you this as a paper repaid. You could never know me enough in 100 lifetimes. So I'm just asking. Unfair, I know,
but I'm a selfish weirdo. And you've always been okay with that. Oh, these two. Bye for now. I have a lot of questions I'd like to ask. And a lot of swear words I'd like to yell. I'd also like to find the nearest incinerator and toss this journal in, followed by my phone, and maybe followed by myself. But I can't do any of that. Ray's left me with this diary. If it's destroyed, they'll know I was the one who did it, which would be its own admission of guilt. Which would land Sarah in the trash compactor anyway, and me in a jail cell. And in the system, and my DNA on file, ready to be matched to any number of previous. So I'm not going to panic. I'm going to do what I do best. Bluff, bet, bully, and brutalize my way through this. Now, viewing this all with that mindset, what have I actually learned? That's amazing, Not Then Bao. Actually, I mean, nerves, muscle tissue? What is, ALU? Is that something for, like, artificial limbs? That sounds amazing, though. You're making me want to look that up. Oh, arithmetic logic unit. Okay, cool. Neuron-based ALU. Oh, interesting. That's wild. That sounds terrifying, but it sounds interesting too. Oh my gosh, why would they put poor neurons in a computer? That sounds like torture. He didn't talk about plans for killing himself in his journal or the message. He sounded conflicted, not suicidal. But he did go to great lengths to get me to take Sarah. Why? The logical answer is because he knew he wouldn't be able to keep her. Have I ever been in a computer? Yeah, I was helping a human, like, put one together. She was like, my hands are too big and bulky to, you know, put this RAM in. Could you help me with that? Could you help me connect all these power supply wires? And I was like, that sounds like a pain. You better give me some berries afterwards. Anyway, I went in there, and she closed the door, and I started freaking out. But it was fine. She opened it up right afterwards. I never let her have the end of it, though. Anyway, I'll keep that human in my debt. The logical answer was that he knew he wasn't going to be able to keep her. Humans are always doing things like this. If he wasn't going to take his own life, sending you to get the Pringles at the bottom of the can, don't joke about that sort of thing. Besides, I'm almost too big to fit in a Pringles can, so I don't really think that's that comparable. Almost. Was he afraid that someone else would? Maybe he was afraid that... that's interesting. That's an interesting framing of it. But... why did Helen... Was he, like, worried about Helen killing him, and was it for a, like, particular reason, I wonder? It makes me wonder if, like, maybe Helen found out? Like, maybe he knew that Helen had found out? Like, what was the inciting incident for the murder? Was it just, like, you know, she wanted more power? Or did she know about Sarah? Did she know about his AI development? Yeah, we scanned a
fruit fly brain and mapped it out into all the logic gates? That sounds terrible. That sounds terrifying. I wonder... Oh my gosh. Uh, People doing things they shouldn't. Hey, there's never going to be, like, brain uploading, but if somebody tries to get you to upload your brain onto a computer, don't do it. It's not worth it. You know they're gonna have you filling out captchas all day forever. So, how'd it go? Well, how should I put this? Didn't find shit. Only reason she ever got to Adore is because I chased that scarecrow of a platinum villain through hell and back. Frankly, it was a godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete as an address for these gogs. Gogs? What is their slang? A GOG is a suspected spy or undercover member of law enforcement. So like a, derived from groundhog. G-hog. Okay. What's the... like a... Being uploaded into a computer is a problem for uploaded into a computer you. That's one way to think about it. The term carries a negative connotation, with the implication being that the subject is doing a poor job of blending in or disguising their surveillance activity. Oh, what's the usual one? The one that I remember seeing more when I was younger. Like, if you think someone's a Fed, they're like a... I mean, maybe it's just Fed, but I'm pretty sure there was another word. Glowy! Glowy! That's it, Marielle. Thank you. And their offices weren't listed on the building's website or directory, so I had to ask the janitor. But you did find a psychiatrist's office? Sort of. They said they were, and the place, looked the part? Oh. Why? Because they had couches. She didn't get past the receptionist. Sorry, I thought because you're with the company. No, I wanted to help. Oh, interesting. A computer programmer is diagnosed with schizophrenia who allegedly believed the CIA was stalking and harassing him. Well, the CIA stalks and harasses all kinds of people. Maybe he was justified. I don't know if that's true. I think it's a good term, though. I just wish I could have done more. Oh, I see. That kind of situation. Oh, that's terrible. Sorry to hear that. Temple OS guy. I see. So it was that kind of thing. Oh, that sounds rough. I think it's a useful term nonetheless. Oh my god, but... getting into conspiracy is dangerous. Fed. Yeah, Fed is just nice and straightforward. Or we could start calling them GOGs in real life. Oh my gosh. But ultimately, we still don't know if David actually was talking to someone, or just getting his CCE training recertified. Sorry. This is very strange. So they actually found these psychiatrists and the office. Interesting. Don't bother apologizing. She only cares about results. You did more than enough. Both of you. At the very least, they divided Noble's attention for a while. I
mean it. Good work, Fran. And thanks for the urgency.
If you really mean that, you could always throw in a tip. 30%'s the going rate in my industry.
How about I take 5% off your tab instead?
Tab? I'm a minor. The state pays for my legal fees. Don't they? Oh no, signal must have cut out. Oh my gosh. Morgan.
Right, surprised it took them this long.
What do you mean?
You were tolerated yesterday because leadership was focused on PR. But today, you're the lawyer who put the company's hottest product right in state's crosshairs. I'll be alright. I'm still an officer of the court. On a strict timeline though, right? I guess they can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus, but they'll gladly lose your guest pass ID at every door along the way. There's still service passageways and stairwells. Guards that can be fooled and peons that can be manipulated. If I use my other skill set to get around. So take mine. What? Your pass? I'll tell them we got ours mixed up in the bathroom or whatever. I can be a pretty convincing klutz when I need to be.
Jess is so real. I love her. She's actually awesome. I'm glad she's so human. It really does feel like, you know, you see, like, Asher and Young, and the two of them feel like they've been kind of, like, ground down. They're so tired. Like, they're not completely, like, broken by the corporation, but they're quite ground down. But, like, Jess is a ray of sunshine. She's awesome.
But if David knew I was endangering your career...
I can be a pretty convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble, too. Besides, the one and only Dr. David Asher wrote me a new glowing letter of recommendation every quarter I worked for him. Jess is the only sane person in this game. What about Sarah? I think I agree for the most part.
Since he kept forgetting that he already had. And who knows, maybe I should try a new field. This detective work stuff is pretty fun, so maybe...
Oh, okay. Jess... Morgan, hire her? Sarah has perfect daughter disease. It's terminal. True. Oh my god. Okay, she's not gonna, but imagining, like, the fic where, like, the two of them start working together.
Like, I don't know, secretary for a homicide detective or something?
You did say cops are all short. A girl with long legs could go far. She's so smart.
Honestly, Jess, I doubt they could afford you.
12:46 p.m.
Morgan, how did you get so turned around? God only knows. Lucky I found my way here, though. It's such a relief to see a familiar face. Right. Listen, Morgan, I'm not sure I should actually be talking to you without legal present. Oh. I mean, leadership hasn't even told us how David died. How much help could I be? I see. It's not that I don't trust you or anything, it's just, I think with the Sarah issue... You should do whatever you have to protect yourself, Dawes. Yeah. Though for what it's worth, I doubt you'll be in any trouble. Oh, that's good to hear. No, if anything, it's the big names who are going down. Going down? State was practically licking its lips when I finally left the courthouse last night. They're hungry for blood, and looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh. What, like fines and jail time? In the first 2 weeks, sure. Then, sanctions.
Financial restrictions imposed by the state against corporations as a punitive measure. Under certain conditions, the state may choose to place sanctions not on an organization but on an individual, thereby preventing them from exchanging currency issued by that nation or withdrawing funds from banks that operate within that country's borders. That sucks. That's a thing that already happens in this time. People's bank accounts getting locked down. Oh god. They can't sanction Noble. We're too big to fail? Too vulnerable to lose? You're exactly right. That's what they'll say. And that's how they'll justify nationalizing the company.
But I think I'm gonna be sick.
I just hope your board goes quietly instead of what? Scapegoating? Offering up smaller names on silver platters? Full cooperation and government oversight on the surface, a slaughter beneath as they clean house and rip out anyone who could testify. No one will believe you once you're labeled a disgruntled former employee, right? And if the public's lost faith in the enemy at 16, they can't do a recall. Not at this scale. The state will make them do a flat refund. Flat refund? The losses would be... Yeah, your board probably just wants Sarah to go away so they can focus on their fight with the state. Tough fight. But one they know they won't personally have to risk anything in. That's why I'm hoping I can win this trial. Well, if I won, that would mean Sarah's not an AI, David Asher was always of sound mind, and there's nothing wrong with the animate 16. She can tell that Dawes looks a little bit pathetic and haggard, and that he's easy to manipulate because of that. Everyone wins. Sorry, what am I saying? I only meant to stop by and thank you for your help yesterday. After all, you were the one who approved Sarah's registration. Oh, you win. Win what? Ask away. Well, if you insist. This one's locked? Huh. At some point, I must have missed... Interesting. I must have missed whatever this corresponds to. Well, it's too late now. I'm on high roller mode. Humor me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI? Same as any rational company that wants to make money. We don't screw with it. When you say that's a ... shame, how bad is that ... Is this like, locking away serious shit? Smart products are profitable. Products with their own priorities are anything but. That being said, AI is a concern for marketing, not product development. We spend a lot of money reassuring our public that there's no risk, because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenets are. Because you use Tesseract. Trying to code an AI in Tess is like trying to pick yourself up and throw yourself. Nonsensical and self-defeating. Your scanner showed Sarah was running on Tesseract yesterday. If the language is as safe as you say, isn't that proof enough? Proof of nothing. For an AI, lying to another system about the code you're running is child's play. And for an AI built by David Asher, something that simple would be... Better change the subject. Wait, so making an AI takes more than time and resources? It isn't an issue of funding? No, you can't just keep adding more data. The tenets underlie everything. The higher you stack, the more easily you'll topple. You make it sound like building an AI is impossible, even for David Asher. Any chance you'll testify to that? It sounds impossible. But he's dead, and it looks like it was his android that did it. So I guess he was just that good. You can always add more data. Unfortunately, people just think that if you keep throwing money at a problem, you'll, like, get through eventually. even when the problem is something completely different. Better than you'll ever know. Oh, that was it. Okay, perfect. Just waiting on that initial one to unlock this one. Noble spent months promoting the A16 as the culmination of David Asher's work. So now that marketing wine is suddenly a huge liability, can you tell me how much he actually contributed? I mean, he was involved in pretty much every step of the process, but many of these people have had lives as just being able to throw money at problems and having it work out. Yeah, I mean, the deal with a corporation is you have enormous resources from whatever the hell the corporation's making its money on, and that money is, well, free for people to just burn, whether that's, you know, sensibly or foolishly, and you only realize it's foolish once you've already done it. It's designed for synthetic motor neurons. That was the big one. The components that allow your warm androids to move realistically push the timetable for warm androids ahead by years. And yet, compared to what goes on in Sarah's brain 1,000 times a second, David was only giving the company the most meager of the fruits that his private work bore. So if Noble ever did find out how much he and his assistants had achieved, they would feel that he had been holding out on them. In the company, they were appreciative of his contributions. I'm sure the researchers that he overtook by leaps and bounds weren't pleased. The board was very enthusiastic. So, would that spur them to be protective of David? Or would they fear that he was gaining too much influence, becoming irreplaceable? No, they need a strong motive to justify killing their golden goose. Mere paranoia isn't enough. These people, it has to be the bottom line. And the easiest way to threaten their bottom line would be screwing with their androids. In light of all that's happened, one has to wonder if the A16 is compromised. I stayed up all night sick with dread at the idea. But the data just doesn't support it. Sales have been strong. And the A16 base code was locked in over 2 quarters ago. If there were an issue, we would have caught it by now. And I would have been axed a long, long time ago. How many A16s are out there, anyway? We just passed 9 million sold. Not flying off the shelves like the 14 or 15 so far, but the profit margin makes up for it. You mentioned data. Yeah, practically got the spreadsheet seared into my retinas. What do you want to know? I'm not really sure that... Are any of these that relevant? What did the error reports look like? Are the customers reporting a lot of issues? Error counts are markedly low compared to the last gen. Mostly hardware complaints, it looks like. Batteries running out too quick, eye tracking off by a degree or two. Typical stuff? As cliched as it sounds, 99% of these things get fixed once they turn auto updates back on. So, no killer robots getting filed away under bug reports. How and where are they being sold? What's the distribution pattern look like? They're distributed like you'd expect. Places where there are more people, there are more androids. Coastal cities like ours, of course, have the most of both. Since the A16 in particular is marketed as being relatively luxury, relatively consumer, they don't sell well outside of population centers. They can do the rural hard labor jobs, but cold models can do the same work with a lot less maintenance. So, where has the A16 outperformed then? Customer service, healthcare, childcare, lots of hospitals, services, and, you know, adult industries. Oh. Sorry, didn't mean to be blunt, No, it makes sense. They're warm, soft to the touch, and... obedient. I'm just surprised to hear it from a company employee. I hope by the last episode the AIs unionize and then act out the events of Mega Man X. That sounds fucking awesome. I hope so too.
There are a lot of people at the company who won't talk about it. But I work in quality assurance. I've seen too many damages to pretend it's not happening.
Damages?
We call it when the customer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair. Oh. Very high turnover in the pink market.
Oh, that's awful.
Hasn't stopped you from selling to them. Well, we don't sell to them, not directly. But there are resellers, and the company's never pretended to be interested in going after them.
Are there resellers? I thought I read that Right to Repair got shot down again.
It's been a gray market for softer androids for years, or decades depending on your definition of android. Based on sales numbers I've seen, RTR getting canned was barely a blip on their radar. Sorry, didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with this topic.
Huh? No, I don't care. I just realized my left sock's on inside out.
Damn, I'm wondering about that myself.
You bought that? Yeah, she was bothered. She was bothered, just like me. Oh god, that's so horrible.
God. This floor is basically a showroom, but you have a real factory a while south of the city limits, right? Yeah. Biggest company manufacturing complex in the hemisphere.
Okay, that makes sense. They wouldn't do their actual manufacturing in the base of their skyscraper. They would do it in the country.
Got any data on the shipping out of here? Anything stand out? There's some prep work for the holiday bump, looks like. Might sound early to get started now, but we usually see... Something wrong? No, the numbers are all normal, but the data's been edited. Is that unusual? Well, this section's just a count of how many were sent where. There's not a lot of room for errors, so there shouldn't be much need for corrections. It's no problem, though. I can view the edit history and see what was fixed. Okay, that's weird.
Was something added? Deleted?
No, the overall sum's the same. It's just a bunch of... swaps. Like here.
29 FFCE taken out, returned for adjustments. 27 FCDD substituted in, shipment leaves on time. 67 BBTC returned to assembly for revisions, replaced by 67 BBTD. Shipment leaves on time.
So does all that strike you as odd, Mr. Dawes? Replacements before shipping isn't uncommon, but when it happens by the batch load.
You must imagine one of those androids ripping some abusive Rich John's redacted off and then escaping into the night. Let's hope. You once worked at a company that did manufacturing in the room next to the software developers' cubicles? Oh, that sounds like a nightmare, yeah. I mean, unless it was, like... quiet? It probably wasn't quiet, I'm guessing.
To spot individual unit imperfections among a shipment at that stage in the process, it must have been someone with a lot of experience or authority, possibly both.
Or someone who wanted to take out some robots for themselves, maybe?
Must have? You don't know who made these changes? I can tell you they were someone important.
Well, it's young.
Small, last-minute changes to which androids got shipped out. Not very juicy on its own, and it's a long way from explaining why someone would want to kill David. But it was hidden, and that means someone didn't want it found. Okay, thanks for sharing that data. Sure, did you find what you were looking for?
Hell if I know. I love when she does hell if I know. Wait. It's because she's the devil. Well, maybe that's not it. Whatever. Groaning at that a little bit.
Fair enough.
Hearing the song Closing Time play an hour before you got to leave each day was demoralizing. Oh, that's rough. Desynced schedules.
I know you're convinced the tenants are safe, so how do you square that with what happened to David? There's a cat next to a dog. First answer that comes to mind is the dog to the left or to the right? I'd say the dog is on the right, the cat is on the left. You might expect half of people to say left, half to say right. But actually, their answer is almost entirely dependent on their native tongue. Whether it's read right to left or left to right. The language they speak affects how they process information. Their language affects how they think. And it's the same for machines. People can learn new languages and it can change our perspective. Machines can't learn a new source code. Every update's a reincarnation. If that android did kill David, it wasn't because a 0 returned as a 1 somewhere. It's because there's something fundamentally wrong with it. Personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. Yeah. Unnecessarily cruel. Any other questions before I go find a hole to hide my head in? I'd like you to take a look at this. Chemistry's a little outside my purview. What is this? Compound found in, David Asher's blood. The poison! What is it? Doesn't match anything in any database the medical examiner had access to. That's crazy. Here's a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it's a match for anything in Noble's internal databanks. We don't make poison here. I'm not sure what that would accomplish. No, but this is a factory floor. You could be making baby blankets out there. You'd still have hazardous materials around. You think it was something industrial? Suppose it could be. Looks like it's carbon-based. Narrows it down a lot. It's not exactly... What is it? It doesn't make any sense, but it's a match for pet number 52345S. A synthetically produced neurotransmitter analog for usage in organic android components. Synatonin. That came up before. Yeah, that's what's used in the Worm androids. It's like, was Synatonin not mentioned here? It was discussed before, but I forget where exactly. I think it was here, but... That explains a lot. The neurotransmitter would interact directly with the nervous system, in David's case depressing it enough to put his life in danger. It also explains why it was a preset in his personal manufacturer. Oh, yeah! Sarah's nervous system, worth 10 times its weight in platinum, must be pumped full of it. Wait a second. Okay, so, like... Sarah... One moment. Sarah weighs approximately 200 kilograms. As of right now... I'm reading about something here. Okay, so the current price of platinum is,
listing. About $2,000 per ounce, is it? Which makes... What I'm doing isn't important. I'm trying to find out how much her nervous system is worth. I mean, probably price has a different valuation in the future, but... So, like... So, 35.2 ounces in a kilogram times 1939 times 200 or times 199.99 kilograms is oh, 2,000 per kilogram. Oh, I was seeing yeah, I was seeing closer to 61K because of I was seeing like 2,000 per ounce. And so if you multiply that, then yeah, it is more like 61K. Or it's probably exactly 61K if that's what you found. So at least right now, I mean, that would be in like the tens of millions of dollars for her. Probably though, she's worth more than that. Probably platinum is, oh, 10 times its weight in platinum. Okay, yeah, so she's getting into the, like, hundreds of millions or billion-dollar range, but chances are, in the future, with the way that, like, our civilization is using metals, platinum is probably a lot more expensive. So they think... Oh, wow. She should be worth more than that. I think she's priceless, personally. So they think that was what killed him? Helen Young led the development of serotonin, didn't she? Oh, that's where that came up. Yeah. Yes, she did. I should go and ask her about its composition, then. Normally, someone at her level wouldn't be able to answer specific questions about a compound formulated years ago. But she does have a reputation for being very detail-oriented. That works out nicely, then. They say she's the type of person to micromanage how much water people drink at a 15-minute stand-up. I heard a rumor that she once said bathroom breaks are timesheet theft. Aren't they? Morgan! Morgan, you're a nightmare! I'm kidding. But you should be careful about criticizing a superior where people could be listening. Good thing we've got privacy in your office. No one but the two of us listening in. Thanks for cooperating, Dawes. When the state storms the building and starts zip-tying people, I'll let them know that you were helpful. Yeah, nice. Nice joke. You are joking, right? Actually, there is one more thing I wanted to ask you. Oh, what's that? How long have you been a corporate spy? What? Shit. Morgan figured something out that I didn't figure out at all. Oh my god. Yesterday you let it slip that you worked in consulting. Oh yeah, in consulting. Shit. Had your guard down because I'm not part of the industry? I was a consultant. What are you talking about? When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died, but just now you called serotonin a poison. What? I just assumed if a chemical was found in a dead man. And I'm sure you've got practiced answers to every logical point I could raise, so I'll just say this. Does the nervous guy bit really work on people?
Keep your cool and people don't know what you're thinking. But if you act a little jumpy, they'd feel inclined to calm you down. Before they know it, they're spilling their guts just to have something to fill the silence with.
Yeah, I see. So afterwards is when Young talks about how being in consulting is corporate espionage. Oh, that's amazing. That's good. That's good. I was like, I figured like if I had seen the in consulting afterwards, I probably would have like perked up at that. But no, it was like before Helen Young like mentions that. That's tricky.
Though it's not entirely an act these days. To answer your question, I did 3 tours in consulting.
It's really funny that consulting is the name for like being a corporate spy, or at least like how they refer to it.
4 quarters of internal affairs spy hunting at the Western Division. Then 8 embedded at Howe Industries. 24 months wearing different faces, answering to different names. Sleeping for 1 hour at a time with a 3D printed shiv under my pillow. My nerves are completely shot. My cover wouldn't last a day if I went back under. So you're a spy for Noble. Retired. You're working 6 days a week. 5.5 days a week. And in quality assurance. Trust me. This position is a cushy, generous reward for my past services. Well, you can't be that retired. You clearly know more than you're letting on. I have some old inboxes I still check.
So, can you tell me what the hell is happening around here? Why I'm the one investigating David's death while your old coworkers are off twiddling their thumbs?
It's that story. The soldier, the blood transfusion.
Blood, not Occident. He's finally shooting straight. He did specifically say earlier he was using the company line of like Occident refusing to treat them like humans.
Did something happen to him afterwards? Did the transfusion not last? No, there's nothing wrong with the blood. It's the story itself. There was a soldier and he did get injured, but it was on a base during a training exercise. There was a medical tent 10 meters away the whole time. The transfusion was just to
Risk your life for the company for years to earn the prestigious 5-day work week, 5.5 days.
gratuitous live test. His life was never in any danger. Doesn't make for much of a tearjerker. Not even a good photo op. Which our competitors understood. One of them, maybe a few of them, got a hold of the story. Started puffing it off, astroturfing, painting over socials and virals. By the next morning we had the military thinking we're leaking like a sieve. Like a sieve. Meanwhile, the media is bombarding us with requests for videos and interviews and data. And the state's praising our tech with one side of their mouth while threatening to mist us with the other for getting so greedy. Everyone in Noble CCE has been slammed ever since. Trying to find an off-ramp for the story we can walk back the claims without torpedoing our state contracts. I don't know what happened to Asher, whether it was AI's gone rogue or company infighting gone too far. But I can tell you it wasn't done by consultants. That all you wanted to know? You worked in CCE. Was David actually seeing a psychiatrist? Or was it all cloak and dagger bullshit? I know that office. Know some old co-workers who see them. So it's a front? They do both.
Ah, great. That's helpful.
So he was probably getting training, and he was probably talking to someone.
Damn, working at the uh, psychiatrist's office where you do both therapy and assassin training. Well, more like a counter assassin training, I guess. That sounds exciting.
Sorry, not the answer you were hoping for. Hoping? I wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I expected was... You okay? Hmm, that's all. Unless you've got any advice. You're saying you want a consultation? Couldn't hurt, right?
Yeah, I feel like the hitman training probably like guarantees the success of their therapy business, you know? After those sessions, they're gonna have a lot to talk about.
This company, all these companies hate to lose. So don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them. Well, that's just business as usual for me.
That was really good. That was super good. This game is awesome.
Up until now, there's been this grating ambiguity about what actually killed David. We've had to use guesses and process of elimination and even a goddamn pseudonym. But I finally identified what the poison was. Now I just need to figure out how it got there. Or rather, who put it there. Which brings me back to here. An elevator shaft somewhere under or above ground, with kilometers of concrete facelessness and bureaucratic authority surrounding me on all sides. An enemy in every cubicle and every office of every floor of this temple, built to interpret the inscrutable divinations of a temperamental oracle named Shared Price. Back in the belly of the beast. And yet I feel more at ease now than I have all weekend. Makes sense. The devil she knows. Now that I know Noble's my enemy, I know where to aim. All that's left to do is pull the trigger. Good thing I didn't bring a knife to this fight. I brought my gun.
Did she really? Did she really bring her gun?
And that sound just now tells me it's playing its role perfectly. I'll never have a real use for a firearm with this much bloatware.
Oh my god, this freak. I love her.
But just by carrying it around and paying attention to when the hard safety flips on, I'll always get a head up when the police have entered the vicinity.
Oh, she's so smart. Oh my god. She's so stupid, but she's so smart. A gun for detecting cops. Oh my god. The state monopoly on violence of guns failing to work when a cop is nearby. Currently texting with Chuckles. Huh, I see.
Hi, Detective Rays. It's Morgan. Happened to get your contact info when you got me cleared for the crime scenes yesterday.
Delete contact. Block this contact. Stop voice to text. How to stop voice to text.
Just wanted to check in.
Chuckles the echidna. Oh, got her. Nice spelling. Report this contact voice to text disable.
And advise you that Noble's scared shitless of you stomping in and nationalizing the place. So they might be a little uncooperative when it comes to fetching documents.
You did misspell that, yes. Block this contact. What makes you think we are at Noble?
My bad, then. Forget I said anything. And whatever you do, don't start your investigation with their stock buyback program.
Nice. Trying reverse psychology, it only works if I care what you think. Stop voice to text. She's having so much fun.
About time. Thought I'd have to ride the elevator for the next half hour. Morgan Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Deja vu. Might you have a moment to speak in private? Always, but who's asking? The board. What are the chances? I've been wanting to speak to them too.
1:40 p.m. Noble Electronics, Northeastern HQ, conference room, 108A, on the 108th floor. Evangeline Morgan. Helen Young! Thank you for making time in your schedule. Her posture, her tone, the fold of her clothes. Professional. Dial up to 11. Corporate armor, a full set. Her guard is up. Just Morgan is fine. You're just a few minutes early, Morgan. Typical corporate, never be the first one to show up, pissing contest nonsense. Northeastern HQ mentions the capital in the context of the government coastal city. It could be New York, yeah, that's a good point. Probably somewhere around there. Somewhere north of the capital. It doesn't even make sense. They called me in here. How could I possibly be early? Early to what, exactly? Oh, that's embarrassing. I didn't mean to catch you all off guard. I'll go wait outside in that case so you all can collect yourself. I'm just surprised that Noble Electronics could screw up something as simple as a meeting start time. But I'm not well versed in the art of staring at emails. You've made your point, Counselor. Don't push your luck. Not with these people. Might I dare to ask who these people are? You don't have time to remember their names, and it won't do you much good either. Right, so they're not just rich, they're anonymous rich. Oh. The Mob Act guarantees a minimum level of security and peace of mind for any citizen who might be targeted due to their financial status. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. That sucks. Alright, glossary, the Mob Act. Protection of Reasonable Anonymity Act. Passed in 2859 and amended in 21. Intended to protect the safety of individuals with income above the 99th percentile of the nation. Oh, okay. So in this setting, the 1% are not just like protected by the police, they are protected by like legal status and the support of the government to make them anonymous, to ensure that they aren't prejudiced against for being super rich. Belief in a right to privacy is considered alt politics. Yeah, exactly. Except for... Oh my god. Where was the... What was the name of this again? Mob Act? Yeah. They made billionaire a slur. And corporations can be the recipients of hate crimes. Nightmare, hell, believable. After a particularly chaotic attack that resulted in the hospitalization of a 14-year-old, the PRAA was proposed, debated, and signed into law in just under 11 hours. Think of the children. Think of the super rich children of billionaires. Oh, so lots of corporations have been immigrating to America. Great. Oh, this is extra fun because it means if you see someone and your smart Shinigami eyes can't get their name, then it's a billionaire. Good point. Spoken like a true believer. Except Mob Act is what normal people call it. Touting the party line, but allowing yourself one instance of rebellion? Or just a slip of the tongue? never fault anyone for wanting their privacy, especially not job creators. Morgan is, like, agonizingly full of shit. She knows exactly how to talk. Not that she is, like, a revolutionary by any means. She's just, like, you know, she's not, like, she really knows how to sound like a tool. Worse, like an American. But it must get pretty inconvenient not having a name to call them. Huh, not really. Conversations with them are always one-sided. She's saying what she thinks an exec wants to hear. Yeah. I was thinking the board, I was, like, seriously expecting her to, like, go into the room and for it to be, like, the, you know, Stile, like, the Evangelion visuals, you know? That's what I was expecting, at least. We'll see how it actually looks. Just talking to a bunch of, you know, avatars on the screen. No signal. Sounds like a great environment to do business in. Look at the building you're standing in. We managed to eke out a meager profit somehow. So if it works... Didn't take you for the might makes right type. And I didn't take you for a clueless boor incapable of reading the room. Sorry, did I say something off color? I was only being casual since it's just the two of us in here. Maybe we should take advantage of this rare bit of privacy, clear the air. You're here to ask about Sarah, yes? As I said before, I had no idea that Dr. Asher had been building an android on his private property, and I can say here and now that no one in Noble Electronics ever suspected that he was working to undermine the Tenet framework. She's trying to sound candid in her tone, but she's choosing her words with a surgeon's scalpel. Was she coached? Is that the truth, or is that your statement as VP of Android Futures? It's both, of course. Dr. Asher was always more than happy to hole himself and work independently. Hole himself up. Whoops. The Tenet framework is like the 3 laws of robotics, but like much, much worse. It is what prevents robots from killing people unless they're military robots, and it is what everybody is terrified of robots being able to escape. And it is what David Asher created beings that are capable of not following. People are like, we need to destroy Sarah because she was able to kill someone, so that means that she doesn't have to follow the laws of robotics, the tenets. And it turns out they were right, but that she probably wasn't the one who killed him. The 3 laws were stinky already. Try, like, 69 laws, and most of them are for the sake of lawyers. True. Oh, the issue they have is not that she can kill, but she can do so of her own volition. I see, so that's the point of contention. True, he could be pretty reclusive. I'm sure it caused all kinds of headaches, him disappearing on you all like that. Must have been especially difficult when he came back with breakthroughs that propelled Noble to the top of the industry. You should take a seat. If that's everyone, shall we begin? Oh my god, they did it! Yay! Nice reference. I was expecting it to look like this, but I'm really glad they did it. That's so funny. Friendly bunch. Is there a problem with the sound? Anyone get muted by accident? No. Okay. Thanks for having me. I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm actually a bit flustered having you all show up here. Oh my god, she's such a fucking nuisance. She is dark woke. She is, like... The way that she, like, puts on a mask that is, like, kind of such an exaggerated picture of what people are expecting to see, to the point where, like, It's agonizing. She's ridiculous.
I didn't expect to talk to anyone higher up than a service associate. You're investigating the death of Dr. David Asher. Why wouldn't we take that seriously? Because you want me to go away.
This is a good face. Her concerned face.
At least half of you do. The others aren't sure yet. You must be confused. The board is, as always, united in its decisions and its visions for the direction of this company. The board of directors is just 13 rolling psychopaths who get together and vote on whether or not to execute their CEO every 6 months.
Pretty true, actually.
None of them would be where they are if they were anything else. But I happen to know how that kind of person thinks.
Oh.
The way I see it, there are two possible outcomes.
Oh my gosh. I wish... Yeah, okay, that's fair. They don't execute the CEOs, they just fire them and hire someone else from another company. Someone else they end up paying more money.
The way I see it, there are two possible outcomes. Option 1, you oppose me. Shut me out completely, stonewall me, stall me, and wait for me to walk into trial so unprepared and ill-informed that I inevitably lose. Obviously, I don't like this option, but you can't be big fans of it either. If I lose, the world will learn that David Asher was killed by an android he programmed. Then every customer you've ever had, and every lawyer they've ever seen on TV, and every firebrand strapping young 60-year-old junior senator looking to make a name for themselves?
Ouch. 60-year-old junior senator
will use your company balance sheet as their personal chew toy. The company is more than capable of, after which the state still might just gobble you whole. And throw down enough sanctions to deperson whoever among you cries, "No fair." The company and its allies at the Capitol can more than fend for themselves.
The company and its allies at the Capitol? Oh god.
Yes, probably, but not definitely.
This is a good face, too.
Which makes it a gamble. Still my turn to talk, then on to option 2. You cooperate with me. I use what you give me, or forge for me, to win a trial, proving that David wasn't killed by an android. When the markets open tomorrow morning, you all get another round of stock buybacks in on the initial dip. Pat yourselves on the back for staying calm as you continue to profit off David's legacy for the next 100 years.
I'm a little bit surprised that she's saying all this in front of Young. Because, like, surely she's figured out by now that Young is the one who did it. But what is she hoping to do?
And you won't even have to worry about him speaking out of turn. That's only if you win. If the company cooperates with you, denies that David was killed by... and the state beats you anyway, it would be catastrophic. Yeah, it's a gamble. But if at least some of your board wasn't considering taking it, I wouldn't be here. We're all busy people, and I'd hate to drive a wedge between such a close-knit group of friends, so how about this? Option 3, hedge your bets. What? Put a little on black, put a little on red, spread the love and lower your risk profile. Don't make any statements about the trial. Tell the media the state's got your windpipe in a vice. Wait until just before the markets open Monday morning to send out your PR packages for rubber stamping, after you already know who's won. One way or another, this trial will be over before the end of the day, and you'll never hear me again.
You won't even have to worry about him speaking out of turn when they should know that Morgan was a personal friend of David? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Young doesn't need to get arrested, but, like, it feels a little bit like she's kind of setting up a situation where they don't want to, like, they don't want David to have been, the public consensus to be that David killed himself. And they don't, at least I think so, because of the, danger to their product that would introduce. And they don't want to hear that, that he made a killer robot, because that would, like, tank their business and the government would take it over. So I feel like the remaining option is, like, find a scapegoat. At least that's what I mean, that's what comes to mind for me, but who can say? And, this is, like, a good situation for, like, them to be throwing her to the sharks, I guess. Dawes did just establish that they'll happily throw underlings under the bus, though, exactly. So that's kind of what I was thinking. I was wondering if, like, maybe she is saying this stuff and presenting these options in the hopes that they will, like, throw Young under the bus instead. Best option would be unsolved murder. Look, I'm trying to think like Morgan. Consider it. So don't just shut me out completely for another few hours. And does anyone second that motion? Very well. We can answer some of your questions, Counselor. These people will never talk. They will never say anything. I can't read the, those look like interesting. Well, whatever. I like that the song is called Menus for Days. Very good. The poison that killed David Asher has been identified as serotonin. You're familiar? It's one of our many patented materials, as I recall. You recalled it pretty easily yesterday. Gee, what's changed? But intellectual property law can be very complex, Counselor. I'm not sure how much I or anyone at the company could tell you about serotonin at this time. Well, if you can't tell me about it, who could? You did lead its development, didn't you? Yes, I oversaw the project, which just makes it that much harder to speak freely without compromising the confidentiality of the teams that reported to me. Oh. I understand. That sounds like bullshit, and I don't believe it. But I'm not asking for trade secrets here. It's a perfect match for the only foreign substance found in his blood. Serotonin is what killed him. The state will say the same. That's not possible. Care to elaborate? I'm sorry, but I can't say any more at this time. So much for cooperating. And if I were to ask you as an officer of the court, then I would ask you to be patient and wait until this afternoon. ADA Rockford has already called me to testify. Ooh, interesting. Emma is actually bringing her in. Already? Damn it! I got cocky because of the cop's late arrival. Emma must have gone straight for the throat first thing this morning and left the investigating for later. Hell, knowing her, she probably managed to ID the serotonin before she went to bed last night. I love how they keep setting Emma up to be like a terrifying rival to her. Just like always multiple steps ahead of her at all times. Ruthless and efficient. And cute. So, are we still having this conversation then? As I said, I'm sorry, but I have to take more than just my personal feelings into consideration here. There's a great deal at stake. Corporate speak for "you're too stupid to understand why I'm being dense."
She's just trying to shield the company, plain and simple. LARPing as Helen Young d'Arc on a crusade against government overreach. But if she's that busy defending Noble, she might be leaving herself unguarded. Why is she here anyway? Why am I speaking to her and not her lawyers? I was wondering about this too. Why did she leave herself open? I think she probably could have gotten away with, like, not speaking to her at all. And that probably would have been safer. That's right. This is a vulnerable position for her. She wouldn't put herself in check like this. Not unless she was forced to. So that's it. Acting as their mouthpiece isn't some honor for her. This is a punishment. She's being used as a meat shield. They're upset with her, perhaps even suspicious of her. Time to find out why. Whatever else the court ends up labeling her, Sarah is a remarkably lifelike android. But things work out differently. You might have wanted her as the A16 poster girl. Or A17, or 18. Could have driven a lot of sales or cute little pout projected across the sides of skyscrapers. A hypothetical of a hypothetical. This has been made tragically obvious to all of us that Android is nothing like the A16. That it may yet be associated with our products going forward is nothing more than a massive liability. Yet you wouldn't have the A16 without her, and if they could take her apart and learn from her, they could have the world. So was the motive to try and pry Sarah away from him? I'm gonna think about that, because I was wondering about this. Like, whether there was something along the lines of, like, maybe David revealed, like, Sarah's existence or, like, some of the work he had been doing to Helen in a moment of weakness, and Helen was like, I want that. I'm smart enough. I can, like, reverse engineer it. You know, I can be the god of this world, that sort of thing. I'll stay for now. I have to admit, I'm surprised you aren't more shaken up today, Miss Young. I'm processing. After all, you and David did have a history. You started at the same time, didn't you? Yes, we were colleagues and cordial with one another. Don't be so modest. You helped him create the one-point doctrine that saved the company. That is a gross exaggeration. Noble is far too large an organization to be affected by the contributions of any single individual. Suppose you're right. No one person could change Noble's fortunes overnight. Except for David Asher. Of course. But he was a once-in-a-generation talent. The guy Noble chose for the advertisements and the one they commissioned editorials about. Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have equated the two of you. This is a good face. She's mad. I just hope his one-point doctrine doesn't fall out of favor now that he's gone. Yes, well, we certainly wouldn't want that. Well, she didn't exactly explode with rage, but she definitely reacted. There's real jealousy there. Whether it ever boiled over, though? Has David's will been located? It's never gone anywhere. It's still in a safety deposit box. We'll retrieve it and have it read once all the unknowns surrounding his death have been made into knowns. So David's will hasn't even become part of the equation yet. Well, according to her, at least. It's possible that she's just lying for the sake of, But this is, like, in front of the board, right? So... it might not be for weeks at this rate. Is that calculated, though? I'll think about that some more. I didn't mean to pry about your relationship with David or lack thereof. I suppose I'm just curious about his standing inside Noble as a whole. David Asher was and always will be an outstanding contributor to the company's forward progress. Nothing will ever change that. Not even if he was killed by one of his own creations. That would, of course, be a tragic element that would call for reconsideration of his legacy. She was almost off guard there. Like she was surprised for me to be asking about Sarah ruining his reputation. Besides Sarah, David's reputation was crystal clean. He never went against the company once. Did he? That's... Unless I'm mistaken and he and Noble were on bad terms. In that case, I might get the impression that some parts of leadership were actually glad to see him taken off the chessboard. Generally, if you get to 5 cards without busting, you win as a special rule in Blackjack. Oh, that's interesting. That is not... something buzzing in your ear? Fine. I suppose it makes no difference if you hear it now, or at the trial, or on your feed tomorrow. Dr. David Asher was being sued by the company for breach of contract. Ooh, there we go. Satisfied? Now we're talking. Well then, I suppose that's... Blackjack. I like the sort of like gameplay of Blackjack as like a stand-in for like trying to get information without like tipping off suspicions. Trying to get just enough, but not like, you know, give yourself away too much. So you couldn't have mentioned this breach of contract earlier. Not without complicating the company's position unnecessarily, no. But there's no hiding it at this point. It'll all come out soon enough. There's a paper trail. Much more than that. We've been making moves to let him go for some time. Noble Electronics parting ways with David Asher? Must have been one hell of a breach of contract. What did he do? He betrayed the confidence of the board. Was he contesting the suit, putting up a fight? Engaging in a legal battle against a megacorporation without even telling me? Until recently, yes. You mean until he died? How recently? We spoke on Friday. That was what you two talked about in his parlor. No, this was earlier in the day. We were in this room, actually. Him, me, several members of our legal department. It was an arbitration. Did you ever come to an agreement? A compromise. He would resign from his position in 2 quarters, forgoing royalties on any products we would develop after the next 24 months. In exchange, he wouldn't be publicly fired, and he would still be credited on all past, present, and future filings. All very reasonable. On paper, maybe. No matter what the deal was, letting go of David Asher is insanity. Reasonable, yes. We ended on a good note, I'd like to think. We shook hands. Even took a photo. Oh my gosh, this photo. Wow. Yeah, that looks... Oh god. Sweating. David Asher has a ring. I mean, sometimes people wear rings as fashion accessories. Young's expression there. Yeah. Lovely. Something funny? Didn't know the board told jokes? They don't. That was legal, expressing their displeasure with how much paperwork my good note ending left them stuck with. Fair. Yeah, it's not on his ring finger, which is where you'd usually wear the ring, though. Yeah, true. Oh. children. It was just one night of overtime.
Oh my god, Young.
So while they were spending their Friday night blowing the ink dry, you paid a visit to David's penthouse. Something left unfinished? Professionally, it was a good meeting. There was no yelling, no finger pointing. Much cleaner than expected. But Dr. Asher did not want to retire. He didn't want to be forced out of the company when he was the one who... when he had contributed so much. I didn't enjoy doing that to him.
I wonder what she was going to say.
So I came over that night to apologize to him. We talked, reminisced. When he brought out the drinks, I thought we'd be toasting to a new day. A few minutes later, he was dead. Because of that AI. That AI. Any idea how it came to be? As I said, I had no idea he was working on it. My question was more broad than that. If you really believe David built an AI, how do you think he did it? How does Noble Electronics think he managed to work around the tenants? It's quite beyond my area of expertise, and no one at the company could call themselves an expert in illegal technology. But some in the R&D department have theorized that he created what they call a wax-wane decaying priority loop.
That sounds awesome.
Which, as I understand, is an unstable resource-intensive theoretical method for pseudo-randomizing the weight among preset tenants. Well, about as far off target as it gets with that guess. But that kind of inelegant brute force nonsense seems a far cry from the kind of thing David would create, and I seem to have taken us over our allotted time slot. But I didn't even get to wave goodbye. You're serious about this trial.
Don't I look it?
You're not just making a play, you're actually going to defend that thing. I'm just defending myself, Miss Young. Oh, yes, of course you are. My mistake. I'd hoped you might be rooting for me, to tell you the truth. I may yet save everyone's stock options. The stock options will be alright either way. They always are. Damn. That gamble I offered your board, which outcome would you bet on? Finally, an easy question. What I would bet is that whatever the outcome, the company will eat it up and shit it out with very little difficulty. You painted an ugly picture back then, but I've already seen the future. And it's just another marketing gimmick. The great Dr. Asher. Too smart, too bold, too far ahead of his time. What spark of his genius remains buried in the inspired animate 19?
Oh, that's so sad.
I guess that depends on... You were exactly right. He is more valuable to Noble as a dead man. Dead men can't step out of line or put their foot in their mouth or hold politically inconvenient opinions. To a good salesperson, dead man is just another selling point. Pardon my outburst. I'm just tired. It's been a very long week for me. I'll let you prepare for your afternoon then, Dr. Young. No one calls me doctor. I ask them not to. You didn't want the title? At times, I have thought very little of it. The PhD I earned from a Noble-owned school. Of course it's Noble-owned. Biochemistry. It couldn't have been a large department at Noble before they started work on warm androids in earnest. They probably didn't have many expectations for the program back when she was a part of it. But I was proud of it when I first got it. Something change? It never seemed to catch on. People didn't use it, so eventually I told people not to use it. A very high IQ social power play, you understand. David never insisted that people use it either. That's very different, and I think you know it. David Asher didn't have to.
Oh. I don't think that's enough to, like, get her to murk him, if I had to guess, but, like, it was probably emotionally a contributing factor. I'm going into this trial, my trial, with a lot less ammunition than I'd like. I'm beginning to form a picture of what actually happened, maybe even circling the drain on a suspect. But Emma won't be generous enough to give me breathing room. She'll want to end this fast. Maybe if I do badly enough, it'll flip her sadistic switch, and she'll want to keep playing. So, you got charged with owning an AI. First time you do something exciting in your whole life. And I gotta find out through the fucking grapevine. My life is plenty exciting. Crackles. You could bore the polish off a resume-checking robot. I fucked Catholic school teachers with more active night lives than you. Nice. I liked her change in expression there. That was good. Okay. So, who'd you rope in? Anyone I know? Oh shit. Are you representing yourself? Fits within my budget. Screw your budget, you're going to jail. Thanks for the vote of confidence. It ain't a matter of how good a lawyer you are. Anyone who represents themselves in court has a fool for counsel. Hey, I bet those Catholic school teachers get up to some real freak stuff after hours. Yeah, they wouldn't be teaching in a Catholic school otherwise. Ugh. Comes with the nun territory. You represented yourself countless times. Not for anything I had a chance of losing. Your pal hasn't even been dead 48 hours. You're too close to this. You'll make mistakes. The powers that be really didn't want to give me a rain check. They're taking this very seriously. It's more dangerous than that. Hey, Hollowbel, you should play Misery Chord sometime, not on stream. Yeah, I'm interested. That is, like... I was considering between playing Misery Chord and playing Of the Devil. I chose Of the Devil, but I do want to play Misery Chord at some point off stream. This has been a very good stream game, though. I am, like, extremely happy with this as, like, as a Hollowbel story time, especially after playing a lot of games where the story wasn't really the focus as much. Or it was the focus, but it was stupid. I think I'm really enjoying this game, and I do want to play more, like, specifically very, like, narrative-heavy games like this, but I think Misery Chord I'm gonna read on my own. It's more dangerous than that. They're scared. Is there precedent? An ad committing murder? How do you pass law school without learning how to look this stuff up? I know what the net says. I'm asking you. Oh yeah, the picture, the avatar, like, wiggling and then, like, bouncing out once they send a message. It's very good. The answer to that is... not helpful to you at the moment. Colin P. So, what words of advice do you have? Get yourself a new lawyer. Gonna close this chat now. Don't lose, Freckles. Aw. You don't need to tell me that. What are you reading, Adonai? I was reading David's employment contract with Noble Electronics before I got waylaid by spam texts. Damn, she's spam to you. The one we found inside the panic room. It looks quite extensive. Should I skim it for you? Depends. Did you pass the bar exam since we last spoke? You... comfortable? I am not. Ever seen that old movie with the gorilla and the skyscraper? They bring it to the city and... I understand the analogy.
Adonai. I wish I could call it overkill, but considering the specs Sarah put up yesterday, maybe those bindings aren't heavy enough. Come to think of it, those numbers must have been faked along with the rest of the machine read. If that was all a smokescreen David added to help her lay low, then her actual strength is more like... If your joints weren't currently locked up tighter than a vice, do you think you could escape this place? I hope that question is not indicative of your strategy. This is me trying to distract you, Sarah. Enjoy the hypothetical. I would estimate that the building's automated security would put 9 holes in me before I reached that door. 9's not so bad. I would not be able to function after the 7th. She is so funny. I love Sarah. Well, if you haven't been planning some great escape, I would not do that. That would be illegal. I am a good girl. I do not commit crimes. And you would still be on trial. I remember. So what have you been doing all day then? I am attempting to recover memories from Friday. You can do that? Kinda true. It is not dissimilar from the process of recovering data erased from any other computer. I am absolutely using, like, I absolutely used the, like, modified Sarah voice for David Asher. Oh, the autistic charm. All the girls love her. Just like David Asher. We gotta get Sarah on some crimes. True. I hope so. She'll get up to some. It is not dissimilar from the process of recovering data erased from any other computer, despite the difference in scale. I won't be able to remember everything, but if successful, I could recall individual pieces of information that could prove useful. That's a lot of coulds. And even if you're successful, you may not like what you find. Whatever happened that day, either you or David wanted you to forget it. Yes. But even so, I have to remember. Because it's the last day that Father and I... Any luck so far then? I can recall a slightly musty scent. Wow, case closed. What about you, Adonai? Have you formulated a plan for the trial's proceedings? Something like that. Young insists that serotonin isn't what killed David. I don't buy it. There's no other explanation for how he died. So she is lying. And if she repeats that lie on the stand, I'll need to expose it. Somehow. Somehow. Would she really commit perjury to protect Noble? To protect one of Noble's patients? She doesn't strike me as quite the corporate zealot she makes herself out to be. But you believe she had something to do with Father's death? What do you think? I don't know. I don't know why anyone would kill Father. Considering the possible consequences of what he confessed to in his journal, I can think of... But then again, I don't understand why anyone would kill anyone. Do you? Bell's tolling for thee. Means the doors to the courtroom are unlocked. Let's... Wait, can you walk like that? Waddle will have to do. Wait a second. Across the hall, that's... Oh, Porter! Oh, poor guy. The glare. Well, maybe not a glare. He looks like this when he's melancholy and heartbroken too. Am I finishing this episode today? I think it'll be tough to finish. I might if I stay up quite late, but we'll see. I'm going to take a break at the start of, like, right before the start of the trial, and then we'll see how far we get. Porter is beautiful. He's amazing. Oh my god. Oh, the like pink dreads. Oh my god, his fashion sense. He's so pretty. This'll be a coin toss. You that surprised to see me? I'm not surprised you'd want to see the outcome of this trial. I am surprised you'd want to talk to me. You're defending the android, right? Yeah. I'm defending Sarah's innocence. I don't think she killed David. Do you? I don't think it matters. Noble is what killed David. Whether it was a pen stroke or a sleeper agent, killer android, or plain old goddamn arsenic, How could anyone that smart be that dumb? Why the hell did he ever sign his soul over to them? David may have been in over his head, but he wasn't a bad negotiator.
Okay, so like Porter is also, in terms of sane people in this cast, poor Porter is also. Oh god, poor guy.
I've read his contract. His position was strong. You're the lawyer. But a guy like me working in music, I can't tell you how many people I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. No such thing as corporate generosity. If you think you're getting a good deal, it's only because you don't know how much he just sold. How much he just sold. David's real wealth lay in his intellectual property, the potential energy of it hanging over the whole industry. If he sued even 1% of the companies taking inspiration from his Turing solution, there's a clause in his contract. If Noble ever did fire David, he would have retained control over all his patents afterward. Yeah, see, that sounds nice. Only they never did fire him, did they? He just happened to die. An unforeseeable act of God. In contract law, they call that force majeure.
That's so. 3:29 p.m. Alright. I'm gonna take a pause here, and I'm going to eat some chips and salsa, and then once I'm done with that, we can get started. Looks like it's going to be a long night. I'll see you in a few. Alright, and we're back. The chips and salsa are great, by the way. I said, did you find anything interesting in the contract, Adonai? A few things, yeah. Basically, David was well taken care of so long as they kept him around. And he'd retain control of his patents even after being let go. But what Porter said, logically if David were to pass while still employed, Noble would continue to control the bulk of his IP. So if they knew David was going to leave in a year, it would be very foolish of them to let Father go. Well, they wouldn't do it for no reason. With his contract, he could only be fired for serious offenses. Corporate malfeasance, revealing trade secrets, fraud. Father was not a fraud. He was, as they say, the greatest of all time. I love her so much. Fraud just means lying to the company about something, Sarah. Oh. Isa, showtime. Interesting. So, he could only be terminated if he manipulated company data. I mean, is hiding his, like, sort of AI development, fraud? Oh. Well, they wouldn't know about that, of course, though. Counselor Morgan, the state charges you with possession of contraband. Contraband? That'd be you. In violation of the Safeguarding Our National Digital Security Act. How do you plead? Not guilty! Very well, since it seems that we are, in fact, doing this, I'll now turn over the administration of this trial to the adjutant. But be warned, any attempts at stalling or muddling the issue and I'll step right in and override the trial myself. Summary judgment siding with the people. Are we understood? Yes, Your Honor. Are we going to have the same adjutant as we had before? No way. Each courthouse only has so many bodies, but the personalities swap around all the time. So the chances of us dealing with the same glitchy mess as yesterday are... Glad to be back! Did you all miss me? Oh, forget I said anything. I'll just crawl under a rock and die while you make your opening statements. The defendant is the owner of the android registered under the model name Sarah with license number 12029280. She hasn't contested this, and I doubt she will. So the question of ownership is already answered. All that remains is to determine whether Sarah qualifies as contraband. I love ID so much. It's a charming android, incredibly well made. A masterpiece in the last known work of a great man. But when we look at the evidence and the facts surrounding the death of Dr. Asher, we're forced to conclude that said android is responsible for his death. And that conclusion carries very serious implications. I will prove here in court today that the machine standing there killed David Asher. Not through an accident or through a mismanaged dosage, but through an intentional poisoning. I won't ask the court to judge this machine on its apparent sentience, its range of emotions, or the free will it may or may not possess. I only ask that the court judge this creation on what we will prove it to be more than capable of. Patricide. Woof, wouldn't want to follow that act. But go for it anyway, Defense.
Your Honor, what the DA said is true. What did she just say? Did she just admit it? Sorry, just the first part. This android is charming, and it is the work of a great man.
Very good.
The rest of it was pure speculation based on little more than a few bad camera angles and a phobia of anything new.
Got her ass.
I do own the android you see here. It was bequeathed to me by a man known to most of the people of this courtroom as the father of modern machine intelligence. To me, he was just my friend. And if I thought at any point that this puppet had anything to do with his death, I would have dragged it to the chopping block myself. But I don't believe that. I never have. Sarah is an android, nothing more. It isn't capable of homicide and it didn't even commit manslaughter. It's just a well-made machine. Any fears one has about its capabilities or projections, nothing more. And it troubles me greatly that the state is spending valuable time and resources on rushing to pulverize Dr. Asher's last known work. And it could be going after the very real, very human forces that were responsible for his death. Is she serious? Is she talking about Noble? The people can't prove that Sarah is an AI. And truth be told, I can't prove that it isn't. But I can prove that it's not guilty. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Chills. You sounded very confident, hadn't I? Yeah, well, no one ever got good at lying by being modest. You could have simply said thank you.
Heidi just like chilling up there like this still. God, she's so awesome. I love her.
Thank you for your presence here today, Detective London. In light of the new evidence, I'd like to go over the death of Dr. Asher one more time. What happened Friday night? At 6:30 p.m., David Asher spoke on the phone with his lover, and the two of them broke things off. Lover? An accurate description of their relationship, isn't it? I wouldn't know. That stuff's private.
So, Adjutant 80. 80. Okay, so like I was seeing 80, like the cute sort of simplification of it, and was like, oh yeah, ID. But you're right, that would be 80.
Then the deceased met with Noble VP Helen Young in his parlor starting around 7:30 p.m. He then left the parlor and the sightlines of his home security system before reappearing on his private secondary security system in his basement moments later. At which point the android Sarah can be seen handing him the poison he'd go on to drink. And do you see that android in the courtroom? Yeah, she's the green-haired one that's frowning at me.
She was frowning.
Let the record show that the android Sarah has been identified at the scene of the crime. No objections. None. Then why'd I even show up? Detective London, what happened next? Asher went upstairs and shared a drink with Miss Young. Within a few minutes, he was being airlifted to the hospital, where he was soon declared dead. We know that poison could be produced by his manufacturer, which Sarah had access to just up the stairs in his workshop. So Sarah had ample opportunity to procure the poison, and Sarah handled Dr. Asher's cup immediately before he did. Is there a question in that statement, Your Honor? I'll rephrase. Was anyone else, like, seen handling Dr. Asher's cup before he died? No. I have no further questions. So, that's your witness, counselor. He wasn't lying per se, but there was some ambiguity in the statement he gave. Truth's gotta come out one way or another. If Emma won't push, I'll have to pull.
No one else was seen handling his cup before he died. Hmm. Did he see that on the screen? 'Cause, like... Talk screen, basement footage, whiskey. They broke up over the phone, and at 7:30 p.m., Helen Young arrived. They spoke briefly, and then he went downstairs to get drinks for them. Cameras in the basement show Sarah handing him the cups and the whiskey. So after he came back to the parlor and started drinking, it wasn't long until he lost consciousness and died. Drinking poison whiskey while he thought he was having a toast. To know if that's a good way or a bad way to go out. I heard a slight slip up in there. Could go nowhere, but at this stage I need to pick at every loose thread I can. So where was the, oh my gosh, there's so many of these at this point. Oh yeah, there was, no, at least in his cup. It all evaporated, right? So maybe that's the evidence used here? Oh, shoot. That actually wasn't one of them. Darn, what were the options again? Can I get, like, a... Oh. That was the first time I got busted by the timer. How unfortunate. Oh, okay, thank you. Whiskey talk screen and basement recording. Okay, so I thought that that was... Maybe I just didn't recognize the image for it. Alcohol was positively identified. Oh yeah, there's okay, so the whiskey one says no foreign elements or toxins, but there was the poisoned whiskey there. So maybe that's something that could be used. And then the Sarah's like the basement footage just handing the red plastic cups. But she didn't hand him the whiskey, right? Was that something that, like... Talk screen, basement footage, whiskey? Oh, it was just the cups, right? Nice. Wait, no! Is that okay? We only see Sarah handing the victim a cup. He had already retrieved the whiskey himself. Oh yeah, forgot about that. Detective London just wasn't being specific enough, Your Honor. But it matters little, since it was David's cup, not the whiskey bottle, that was poisoned. Weird flex, but okay. And that undeniable fact is shown clearly in the security footage. Sarah hands him a cup after he was ready to leave. True, she did call David back, and handed him a cup of poison.
If the cup was already poisoned, don't you think David would have noticed it wasn't empty?
Well, not necessarily. The lethal dose could have been quite small.
If it was just a droplet, he could have easily overlooked it.
For Sarah, this crime was very simple. There was too little to the plan for anything to go wrong. Heidi, or 80 leg, great. Oh my god. Once she handed it off, she just had to wait for him to drink from his cup.
Is that all she'd have needed to do?
It's a little more complicated, I think. Not a great plan if that really was Sarah's move. She gave him 2 cups. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. She would have had to poison them both. That's like kind of the thing that's been like going on this whole time. Like, she wouldn't know who she was poisoning. Which feels like kind of a huge...
There are a few ways to go about it. But it's only a 50-50 shot, Counselor. Stranger things have happened.
Don't try and bluff me, Rockford. There was no difference between the cups. Shit! What? No way! She knew David was courteous and would pour for his guest first, so he wouldn't even look into the poison cup until he was already pouring. Oh, what a nuisance. That feels... Is that really admissible? Ow. That hurt. Oh, damn. She was luring me in with those easy answers. It worked. It worked. I got red. She totally got me. I fell for it. Now, are there some questions you'd like to ask the detective while he's available? Or are you done already? I was just about to get started. Even if I didn't have questions, I'd make some just to spite you at this point. But I can do better than that. Now, what can I get London to say that would help my case? Detective, in the footage we just saw, could you see what Sarah was doing? Not exactly, no. Her back was to the camera and her hands were obscured. Could you see her hands from any other clip of camera footage retrieved from the basement? No. Did you or anyone else participating in the investigation ever see Sarah put anything into David Asher's cup? No. Footage submitted to the record is the best available view of what happened. Alright, I'll stay for now. That's an interesting question, but I mean, she said she was missing her memory, so that wouldn't go anywhere at least. And it doesn't feel relevant. Detective, do you know how many violent incidents the city's police have investigated in the last year?
Not the exact number.
Thousands, though?
Yeah, around there.
And of those thousands of incidents of violence, do you know how many of them were found to be the fault of automated dependents?
I believe there's been 6 in the last 5 years.
Were all 6 incidents of them incidents of police licensed ad-involved brutality? Relevance, Your Honor?
Withdrawn.
I'll stay.
Oh. Detective London, in their capacity of assistants to the police force, are androids ever asked to commit acts of violence? Yeah, I guess so. They can push people, restrain them, harm them. And does that constitute a violation of their tenets, harming the people they're supposed to protect? Well, as I understand it, there must be some complex weighing math that goes into it, but no, it's not breaking any tenets. For that to be the case, they'd have to have tenet 1, right? May not injure or through an action lead to blah blah blah. Yes, I suppose that would have to be the case, wouldn't it? Are you asking me? Oh damn, so that one just kind of went into it. This is far outside his expertise. Oh, that's right! I shouldn't do that. I'm not really... What about the view from the android itself? Well, yeah. If we could see through the android's eyes, that'd be pretty conclusive. If we could trust any data touched by her. Oh, I'm burning all my chips. What a mess. So the only one left is this one. But I don't really see how this is, like, relevant. As an aside, Detective, do you know how many tenets are recognized in this country? Does he even? 110? 112 as of this year. Couldn't you have given me that one? Do you know how many of those tenets pertain to protecting human from harm? Not one I do know. 41. And lastly, Detective, how many times in the last, say, century have we seen automated dependents break their tenets? Huh. 5 times. 5 times is the agreed upon number. So if you're to try to tally that up and try to make an evaluation as a police officer charged with protecting civilians. Overall, you would say that automated dependents in general are how dangerous to the public? The witness is not an expert on automated dependents, Your Honor. He's more than qualified to say whether they have a history of violence, Your Honor. Aw, what the heck, let him answer. I would have to say that they are not dangerous. Normally, this would have brought me some doubt with the jury, but this isn't a traditional trial. At least I can say that I shored up my own confidence. Alright, seems that that's as close as I'm gonna get to... blackjack. Oh, I made a mess of that one. I believe I made my point. Then we can move on to the next item on the docket. Looks like Emma wants to introduce some new evidence. I call Sarah to the stand. The android? Can she even do that? Approach, Your Honor. Oh, you're approaching me. I believe that it's me they wanted to speak with. I didn't even get to finish my line. Now then. What the hell are you doing, Rockford? Took the words right out of my mouth. I have questions for the android. This seems like the best way to get answers. You can't call an android as a witness, it's not a person. There's plenty of precedents. Ads provide testimony all the time. Not when they're on trial. Sarah isn't on trial, you are. Emma is a brat. Emma's a brat. Sarah's accused of being an AI. That means you don't trust a word out of its mouth. If the witness isn't to be trusted, the court can decide that for itself after hearing their testimony. Why the ambush? Why do you list this as entering evidence, D.A. Rockford? Only people can be witnesses, Your Honor. And ads don't have legal personhood. Evidence seemed like the best-worst descriptor. You know I can't make an android swear an oath. Rockford is just trying to spoil your opinion, Your Honor. The more this court treats Sarah like a person, the more you'll see her as human, and the weaker my case becomes in your eyes. Ah, nice try, counselor. But we don't have time to worry about my impartiality. You're free to call for a mistrial if you want, but the state will have turned Sarah to slag before you even finish signing your motion. Rockford's calling a witness that is blatantly hostile to her case.
If the witness is hostile, so be it. It did kill a man, after all.
Allegedly. What about the right to avoid self-incrimination?
Ooh, that's good. Who's the one treating Sarah like a person now? Androids don't have rights.
Damn it, that's... The android will take the stand. Your Honor, I've made my decision.
And if Sarah refuses to take the stand, are you going to charge it with contempt of court?
If the machine won't talk, you'll make every effort as its owner to ensure that it does. And if it disobeys you, then we'll have our answer about its sentience right then and there. Yes, Your Honor. Shit.
What's going on?
The DA is going to question you at the stand.
What? But I shouldn't...
Listen to me. You don't have a choice right now. This is happening. Tell the truth, but be concise. The more robotic, the better. Yes or no's only, if you can.
Would using affirmative and negative be laying it on too thick? That's pretty good. But Adonai, if I make a mistake, all these people, they want to destroy me.
If you make a mistake, your lawyer will just have to cover for you.
Understand?
Yes.
You were the android identified as Sarah, correct?
Yeah.
Affirmative. Poor Sarah. Do you deny that this camera footage shows you handling the poison cup?
Objection! It remains to be seen whether the cup itself was definitively poisoned.
Yes. Sarah, do you deny handing that cup over to David Asher? Negative? I have no memory of the incident, so I can neither confirm nor deny it. Do you have any reasoning, any excuse for your actions, for failing to notify police of crucial information? Yeah, type of girl who, if she makes a mistake, everyone around her will seize the opportunity to tear her apart. I feel like the stuff with Sarah is extremely, like, it feels... Okay, this might be just me projecting a little bit, but it feels like they're doing a bit of a metaphor, you know? Maybe just a little bit. That's just the sense I get anyway. Who can say? Robot is often metaphor. It's true. I do not have records from that day, so I never had anything to tell anyone. Very well, counselor. The journal, if you will.
This could be a slaughter.
Of course. Do you recognize this item? It's a journal that belongs to Dr. David Asher. I have seen him write in it on many occasions. And have you any knowledge of its contents? You don't have to answer that, actually. Tell the court what you see here in this footage. I see myself reading the journal in the basement. This footage was captured on Friday, the day you claim to have no memory of. So regardless of what you do or don't remember, we know that you read this journal hours before David Asher died. That is logical. I'd like you to read some passages from it for the court. Can you do that? Of course. Page 238, the 10th line. Sarah is growing faster than I ever expected, beyond my wildest dreams or fears. Today she... Continue, please. Today she broke every password I have in the house. Said she was curious. I can't expect to keep things from her forever. Oh, Morgan hates this. Page 251, line 12. I've gravely underestimated the scope of things. Sarah could change everything, and I don't think I could stop her. He wasn't... Page 263. Damn it.
If this keeps up, Sarah's going to fall to pieces up there.
I don't really know what we could do to object here. Like... This is bad, but I don't really know how she could object at this point. And yet I'm a little bit afraid that that's just going to make it worse.
I don't have a leg to stand on here, and Sarah doesn't have a shred of legal protection to speak of. I have to just let this play out.
Page 263, I said. I think Sarah was angry today. When I came back from work, she had ripped a zinc alloy plate in half. She said she was testing her strength, but the cameras... That was... Page 267. Sarah scared me today. If she starts bawling on the stand, it's all over. Your Honor, I fail to see the value in continuing this line of questioning. Dr. Asher was wary of a highly experimental android he was building, as any good scientist would be. That's been established. Do the people have a counter-argument? I have just one last question, if it pleases the court. Let's hear it. This footage was captured in the basement on Friday at around 5:30 p.m. Tell the court what you see. I see myself standing where I was when I read the journal. I'm speaking to someone who's off camera, and I appear agitated and I stop my foot. Oh no! Oh my god! And what happens to the floor after you stomp your foot? A large crack is made in the vulcanized polymer, and I walk off camera towards whomever I had been speaking to. Speaking or shouting? Asked and answered. Not really, but I'll withdraw the comment nonetheless. Oh my god. By the way, did you see how angry she got there? You really can't trust her. She's dangerous.
Damn.
I knew she could cherry-pick all the worst passages from the journal, but still, does it remind you of anything? If Barrows wasn't wavering before, should I try to have Sarah read the mushy parts? No. The waterworks would only start after a few lines. Now I went to all that trouble to show how emotionally developed Sarah is. Proving she loved David like a father would be playing right into her hand. What do you say, Counselor? Got some burning cues for the android to answer? Yes, Your Honor. Just one moment. Emma went for emotion and the impact was devastating, so all I can do is focus on the facts. So let's flip this around. Robot Girls is a metaphor for trans misogyny stays undefeated. Real shit. Say Sarah absolutely didn't poison David. If that's the case, why did she call him back on his way out of the basement? Wait, that's... I'd actually like to ask you to read from the journal again, Sarah. You... what? From where? From the section that explains what you were actually trying to do that night. The section of his journal detailing... What was... What you were actually trying... What she was actually trying to do the night of... So the night of... Oh my gosh. I feel bad because I'm a little bit lost and I'm not even high this time. When they were like... I mean... On the way out of the basement? The forever weed is still affecting me. The night Asher died. Okay. What she was trying to do? What was she trying to do? Was it about... I don't want to say this. That's not it, is it? Oh my god. I mean, I don't want to, like, throw that in front of everyone. Oh my god, there's too much evidence. I mean, she handed him the cup? Like, I guess what I don't understand is she handed him the cup, right? Or was this talking about something else? I feel like I got lost, because I don't remember her, like, calling him back. I just remember, like, them having the footage of the cup. This was well before that? Like, oh my gosh. So there was, like... The latest sections of the journal are all about Sarah, but I don't know why she would bring that up when, like, that's dangerous. Yeah, okay. If she reads any more of that, she'll burst into tears and my case will go up in flames. So, like, what was it that... When was this? This conversation that Sarah called him back for? Was this, like, earlier in the day? The journal evidence? Like... Was it somewhere in... Yeah, this is like last entry ends abruptly, dated a week ago. There isn't really anything else here. Yeah, what did it say in the log? That explains what you were actually trying to do that night? I'm really confused. Yeah, this is like... I don't know what... Say Sarah didn't poison David, why did she call him back on the way out of the basement? Like... I don't really get it. When did that happen? Like... After... Wait, more to that evidence entry than you voiced? I mean, it's like... He and Helen Young used to drink cheap liquor together from plastic cups to celebrate their victories. Later entries detail Sarah's early growth and David's feelings towards her. Last entry ends abruptly, dated a week ago. I mean, yes, that's all there is in it. Um... is it just like her, like, giving the cups? I don't get it. Like, okay. Look around the early section. There should be an entry talking about an early victory at Noble. Relevance? The people will see in just one moment that this story is the key to this entire case. I don't get it. Got approval from overseas. Have to make pitch again this week, Young says. Brought me a stack of plastic cups. Here's to a bright future together. And then on this next page, another victory for the young and sleepless. Don't they already know, like, about the thing they do with the plastic cups? I thought this was something new. Maybe they don't? Helen convinced the president of Futures over lunch that my code should be the basis for the Animate 13's conversational tracking. She insisted on toasting the same crappy booze in the same cheap cups. Wants to make a tradition. Plastic cups and liquor. A ritual between Helen Young and David Asher, who were about to have a drink together Friday night. Something you want to say, counselor? Oh, the journal is new evidence, so the court hasn't heard anything from it before. Oh, okay, so they don't actually know any of this stuff. They don't actually know about, like, the relationship between David Asher and Helen Young. Okay. For some reason, I was like, that makes sense. Thank you. You want to compare theories? If you'd rather I end this now, I'll be happy to oblige. Here's what we know. Sarah read that journal and discovered what she was. It infuriated her, and she wanted revenge for being kept under her maker's thumb. That very night, she got her chance when Dr. Asher came down looking for a drink. So like the clever little helper she is, she offered him a cup to drink out of. We're completely in agreement on that. Well, I don't know about that bit. So you also agree that the cup was poisoned, and that Sarah is responsible for his death? Not quite. It's not a bad explanation, Miss Rockford, but it is terribly complex. There's a much simpler reasoning for why Sarah did what she did. Okay, so it's just like this. The story from the journal? You're saying... Sarah wasn't planning anything. She was just being considerate. That's so sweet. But I don't follow it, like, at all. It's actually quite simple. Sarah's not an AI. She only threw a tantrum that day because she found out she was being spied on. A realistic reaction for an android designed to be realistic. David Asher set her memory to be cleared himself because he wanted to preserve the experiment he was running. Sarah didn't hatch a plan to poison him using an obscure chemical acquired from the lab, and she didn't subtly manipulate David into drinking from only one of 2 cups. Because the android read the whole journal that day, meaning she also read how David and Young used to celebrate, and so when she saw David was leaving the basement without the nostalgic cups, she called him back to hand them to him. Simple, right? Simple enough for me. But not nearly good enough for me. That's a good base. What's more likely, Miss Rockford? That a well-made, clever android proposed a sentimental addition to 2 friends' evening? Or that a homegrown AI with groundbreaking physical and digital abilities concocted a complicated poisoning scheme just to kill an unimposing man, all on camera, mind you, before voluntarily submitting to a memory wipe? People make all kinds of stupid mistakes when they commit crimes, Counselor. We shouldn't expect an AI to act much differently. Is it stupid or dangerous? Can't have it both ways, Your Honor. Yeah, an AI is something that's kind of like they're simultaneously like stupid when you need them to be incompetent, but they're also a terrifying predator when you need them to be dangerous. Oh my god. What a mess. We can if it's ignorant of its power. It's still immature. A deadly trait to have an AI that's capable of anything. Shall we see what Sarah's capable of then, Your Honor? What? You can't be. Your Honor, that's... The people open the door. True, and I can't resist open doors. The metaphors won't fucking quit. I mean, not that that's just like, you know, there are plenty of other, you know, cases of persecuted people for whom that is also the case, you know, kind of getting the, you know, getting that tossed whenever it's, you know, expedient to, but fascist rhetoric 101, pretty much. What are you even... Sarah, David Asher was your creator and your designated owner, correct? Should I still be using affirmative? Awesome. And now that title falls to me. Yes? Great, thank you. Now turn off. What? Shut down, that's a command. Ugh. Power on. What are you... Off. On. Adonai, I don't... Off. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is what this fearsome machine menace is capable of. Mean to her. I can put it to sleep with one word. Morgan is such a... She's like... She's really good at this, is the thing. So, good face, how could David Asher ever be threatened by it? Yeah, the like glowing bits in her robe are sick as hell. I also love that like she has this incredibly stylish robe with like the, you know, she's got the barcode and the ID number and everything, but it's like extremely stylish. Great look. Scary, scary good logic. You've made your point, counselor. Let's move it along. I've no further questions for the machine, Your Honor. She is having fun. Poor Sarah. Adonai, I really didn't like it when you turned me off and on again repeatedly. It wasn't nice. Thank you. For flipping you off and on? Can't imagine that was comfortable. It wasn't. But I wasn't referring to that. Since yesterday I've been searching for an answer to why I appeared on that camera. I know I would never hurt Father, but you helped me prove that to myself just now. Adonai? Pardon me, I need to focus. Everything depends on this next witness. The people call Helen Young to the stand. Don't forget to regularly power cycle your robot girls, chat. Don't do that. That's not nice unless they're into it. Helen Young, Vice President of Android Futures at Noble Electronics, Eastern Division. Miss Young, you were there the night Dr. Asher died. And you were on camera the entire time. That's correct? So, what did you see that night? I arrived at 7:30 p.m., as you know. David and I talked in the parlor, then he left to retrieve some refreshments for us. After drinking together for a short while, he fell ill. I contacted emergency services and I'm sure you're all tired of hearing the same details over and over by now. The same details over and over are not going to hold up anymore, Madam Veep. It's still unclear to me whether Young's more concerned with protecting herself or the almighty company. It'll clear up real fast if I can turn up the pressure on her here and now. Oh, jeez. I see this again and I'm a little nervous. Journal, arbitration, Young's story. Okay. I came to David's at 7:30. We chatted for a short while about some low-priority work, Nothing heavy. Before long, he offered to fetch us some refreshments. When he came back, we shared a drink together. At the time, I didn't notice anything strange. We were just reminiscing. I didn't think his life was in danger. But then he became ill. So I ran to the kitchen to activate his emergency console, and I did what I could up until he was gone. She's trying to paint a different picture of what happened that day. So the evidence was... Oh my god, there are so many entries at this point, I get mixed up. Young's cup. There was, like, Young's story, there was arbitration, and there was one more. I think David's journal? I don't think this is really relevant here. Set the terms of his resignation the afternoon before he died. Controlled every aspect from the refreshments to the timing in line with coworkers' descriptions of her detail-oriented personality. Was this, like, what they were talking about there? I think that she might have, like, it didn't come up earlier, but I think she mentioned that that was what she was talking about with him, but I might be wrong about that. I might just be imagining that. I can't let her set the tone as she pleases. Oh, the blind is really huge right now. I don't remember, but I think that... Okay, sweet. Low priority, my butt. Nothing heavy. You're both more professional than I realized. Since only hours earlier, you had run a meeting in which his employment was terminated. His employment wasn't terminated, though. His resignation was merely agreed upon. Yes, and we can all imagine how grateful he felt about the whole process. David didn't hold grudges. Our conversation wasn't about that. The fact you had fired him that afternoon didn't come up? Asked and answered. Who initiated the meeting at his penthouse? I arrived unannounced. See, you weren't invited. Very cordial indeed. If he didn't want to see me, he could have stopped me at the elevators. I love how they didn't fire him. He agreed to leave, was just kind of thrown out there as like a super normal thing to say. Could he have? Noble owned that entire building down to the wiring. Counsel is badgering the witness, Your Honor. Huh? Hey, could you all be quiet for a bit? I'm playing Super Danganronpa V2 on my PlayStation Vita. You're making a little much noise. Right, should we execute her for that, then? No need. If I can just continue my questioning, we can finally start addressing the elephant in the room. Where? I see. That was merely a joke. Hilarious. You guys, Komaeda did some freak shit. Can you shut up for like 10 minutes? Oh my god. If she finds Komaeda exciting, she should be paying more attention to the trial. Miss Young, Noble Electronics owns a patent for and produces the synthetic biochemical known as synatonin, correct? That's correct. It's used in our war model to facilitate integration and communication between organic and synthetic components. It's an artificial neurotransmitter. Essentially, yes. Synthetic analog serotonin was the original name. Did you bring the sample I requested to the courtroom today? I did. Synatonin is produced on-site at our assembly lines as a caramel-tinted solution, including water and a few non-reactive organic byproducts. Your analysis, Your Honor? Working on it. It's odorless, tasteless. A solution of water and organic byproducts, you said? If that solution were ingested, most of it would look right at home in a human body. Okay, lots of things are organic. I suppose. But the synatonin would stand out, wouldn't you say? It's not a naturally occurring compound, so yes. And it's a perfect match for the substance previously labeled Delta. And the sample we collected from the manufacturer preset in Dr. Asher's lab? That's a bingo! The witness's brown stuff matches your brown stuff down to a T. In light of this evidence and the witness's testimony, I motion that the court formally recognizes that Dr. Asher's cause of death was synatonin poisoning. I don't object, Your Honor. But I'm afraid that I must. Excuse me? Synatonin may very well have been in his body when he died, but synatonin didn't kill Dr. Asher. What the hell is she up to? It couldn't have. It couldn't kill anybody. Because it's non-toxic, of course. We designed it to affect androids, not people. Hold on, you're now claiming that Dr. Asher died of what? Natural causes? I can't say what he died of. I'm not a medical expert. But I can easily prove that synatonin is harmless. How could you... like... so... She's funny. Didn't see that one coming. What? What? That ain't good. The bailiff, contact the hospital immediately. I told you, it's fine. But... I can stand here all day if necessary. So, like, all she had to do was, like, use a... She's the one who introduced the synatonin. It just needed to be, like, a caramel slushie or whatever. What in the... And what you just drank was... several hundred times the amount found in Dr. Asher's body. Why didn't you, like, say anything until now? Noble Electronics is a multinational corporation with patents filed all over the world. We take the protection of our trade secrets very seriously. The production and nature of synatonin is closely guarded. That guard remains up even during a murder investigation. Unfortunately, I would have been able to tell you earlier had you asked directly. What the hell, kind of? Oh, she drank the tube that AD tested? Shit, that's hard. I gotta rethink this. This, like, can't be right. Nothing else makes sense! Oh, boy howdy. I'm lost as hell. But, do you have any questions, Rockyford? Not at the moment, Your Honor. And the defense? The prosecution's own witness just threw the entire case into question. Normally this would be cause for celebration, but shadow of a doubt isn't enough this time. Barrows would much rather bring down the gavel early than let a potential AI walk free. What Young did was shocking, but what I need to do hasn't changed. Think this through, logically. Is it really possible that synatonin had nothing to do with David's death? No, that's bullshit. It can't be a coincidence. There's nothing else that would have killed him. The Young just drank synatonin in front of us and she's fine, so was it a fake? I remember, was this, like... No, it was confirmed by the court computer to be the genuine article. So, she drank poison but isn't showing any symptoms. Is it slow acting?
If so, her grand gesture would be pointless. She'll be kept for observation regardless of what happens next. Did she take some kind of antidote beforehand? No, antidotes are developed for poisons, not industrial chemicals. David's dead, she's alive. What made the difference? Ugh. Wake up, no sleeping on the job. Unless you're me. Of course, Your Honor. Allow me one moment to explain things to the court. We've just confirmed now that serotonin was the foreign compound in his body, and we all know logically that it must have been what killed David Asher. So what's the key difference between what David drank that night and what she drank in front of us just now? Well, okay, I'm not sure about this, but she did drink the whiskey. Like, well, he drank the whiskey along with however he was poisoned. Like, I mean, the whiskey tested negative for poison, but like, maybe there was a chemical reaction or something? That's kind of a stretch, though. There was a water glass, but I'll be a little more confident. If I blow myself up here, then sorry. The difference has been staring us in the face this whole time. That's... Do you recognize this, Miss Young? That's the whiskey bottle Dr. Asher and I drank from. Rose River. It's a good whiskey. And I think you had the right idea. Pardon? Bottoms up! Smooth. What? Hadn't I? Dear God, Counselor. Scandalous. Relax, it's just whiskey. Tested a dozen times over, perfectly safe. So would you like to try some, Miss Young? Don't be absurd. I am not going to drink at the witness stand. Have you lost your mind? I'm not asking you to get plastered. Just have a sip. After all, if we want to prove whether or not serotonin killed Dr. Asher, we have to recreate the conditions under which he ingested it. Yeah, Morgan just being like, hey, just one sip. It's no biggie, right? Just one sip of the drink you gave Dr. Asher. If it's not poison, like you say, then you should be fine, right? Do it in front of all these people. By mixing it with alcohol. Ooh, good Sprite. I love this. Go ahead then. Just a taste. Prove to us that serotonin is perfectly safe for human consumption. Is this... Can she do this? Miss Young... I never said it was safe for human consumption. Just that it's non-toxic. A distinction without a difference. You saw firsthand Dr. Asher confused, slurring his speech, complaining of headache. All symptoms of poisoning. Alcohol poisoning, that is. Serotonin is a neurotransmitter analog. Maybe it doesn't do anything in the human body on its own, but in combination with alcohol it acts as a powerful depressant. One strong enough to turn a glass or two of whiskey into a lethal overdose. Oh my gosh, is that true? Depressants plus alcohol are bad? Cool, good to know. That seems pretty important. That seems like something I should probably know by now. Alright, thanks, I'll remember that. So I don't give booze to anyone on a depressant. That's just... Even if that is the case, what does it change? It changes whether or not we can accept the witness's testimony. Even if this witness is a liar, what does that change? Why would the witness lie if not to...
She's a corporate climber. I imagine it's like breathing for her. Your Honor, this is wild, but ultimately irrelevant. Irrelevant? When you've yet to establish an alternative interpretation of the facts, yes. What are you even accusing the witness of doing, Counselor, beyond angling for a promotion? Tons of famous people who died of heroin were also drinking at the time? Oh, interesting. I see. We've all seen the story by now. Noble android saves soldier's life with warm blood transfusion. They're talking about putting warm androids in the military just because of that headline. With the size of their flesh and blood price tag, a defense contract like that would secure Noble untold profits for years. So imagine the lengths they'd go to hide the fact that their androids have poison in their veins. Dawes told me the truth about what Noble really thinks of that article, but he never testified to it. At least I know for sure Emma's wrong about this poison blood nonsense. And do you think she'd perjure herself for that? She's a high-powered corporate executive. It's her job to assess risk versus reward. And she can afford the fine. Laws for thee, but not for me.
As I said, it's not truly poisonous.
And the chances of cross-contamination from a single plasma transfusion are... Damn, now she's regaining her composure, too. Love Emma being all, of course my witness is a lying scumbag, she's a corporate executive. Emma is so... she's like fucked up, but she's also funny.
A perjury charge is a real risk, of course, but Noble rewards loyalty. And as you know, they have a great number of lawyers.
Plenty of motive to lie about Cinetonin, as you can see. But no motive for her to cover up the death of Noble Electronics' Golden Goose.
No motive to kill David Asher, you say?
What was this Starling's text? Was that just the like verifying the... Oh, that's all, yeah. Okay, and the synthetic vial is just brown, don't drink it. She has no motive, I see, so this is about the motive specifically. So like, this one kind of is. I mean, there's like the, you know, if he dies, then like it's better for the company. Is there... No, I think I'll just toss that one out. Oh, there's plenty of motivation for her and Noble to want David dead, seeing as how they were firing him. Noble Electronics was kicking their golden goose out of the nest, suing him over breach of contract. Isn't that right?
I don't have to talk about that.
That's all right. I'll talk about it for you. Your Honor, counsel is trying to testify when they're supposed to be questioning. The people opened the door when they claimed the witness had no motive. Ugh. Good faith. I love this.
This is absurd. You have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm sure I can speak for the whole court when I say we feel nothing but reverent awe for the complexity of Noble's legal woes. But I just so happen to have an inkling of insight into this issue, because I have here a copy of Dr. Asher's employment contract.
That is confidential. It's completely improper for you.
Why? I am still technically his attorney.
Criminal attorney.
But I didn't just stumble across this document. I also did the one thing Noble Electronics would never expect anyone to do. I read their terms and conditions. She's so funny.
You what? That's impossible. No one could ever.
David must have negotiated well at his last performance review. This contract allows him to take his patents with him should he get fired, meaning Noble couldn't monopolize his IP once he was out. Rather than let their competitors have him, the company might have thought it best to... A company didn't poison David Asher, counselor. An individual did. And if they cared that much about controlling his intellectual property, they wouldn't fire him in the first place. Correct? They wouldn't let him go for anything less than a complete breakdown of trust. He'd have had to have done something grave. Something like, say, committing fraud. Just now you said there was a breach of contract, like it was some kind of technicality that was causing this split. But it was much more serious than that, wasn't it? You're claiming the victim committed corporate fraud? Where's the evidence of that? David created the Turing solution that every one of their androids has run on to this day. Wait, that's Morgan. And Noble reaped enormous profits capitalizing on his intellectual property. With how his contract was set up, they would never let him go unless they absolutely had to. Then what exactly do you think David Asher did? It's not what I think that matters, only what the company fears. So, like... Huh. I'm not actually sure. Hold up. There's like... I mean, the company didn't know about Sarah until... So that isn't really it. Is there anything else in these entries that, like, I feel like I'd like to just check these entries just to make sure that there isn't something that I'm, like, missing here? Yeah. Where's the tenants on here? Profiles. Sarah! She's not sure how skills differ from talents. I guess this is terms. I don't think that it's that. Is there anything in manufacturer? Okay, there's nothing really there. I think it's the fraud case, like, in the shipping data, but is there actually enough there to work with? Something only higher level employees could do. Okay, I think it's this. I'm gonna, like... It's not that big a difference, but I'm gonna leave it a little lower, because I'm not certain this is what they're looking for. It doesn't matter what I believe, not when Noble believed that David was misleading the shareholders by altering shipment data for the Animate 16. Okay, that was it. What the hell? What is this you're uploading? Shipping records? Irregularities among shipments of the Animate 16. One android swapped in for another, over and over, dozens of times. The kind of thing someone with Dr. Asher's authority could do. And the kind of thing someone as smart as you couldn't have missed. Dr. Asher made Noble an untold amount of money, so why fire him over a few harmless swaps? Why elevate this to fraud? You have evidence that it was David Asher who did this? Nope, but I wasn't the one who investigated it. So let's ask her. Come on now, let's hear it. Let's. The company investigated and found cause for serious concern. We suspected that Dr. Asher was inserting androids of unknown origin and quality into the 16th product line, introducing unpredictable elements in extremely stable and profitable generation of androids. I wonder if... Could he have, like... What if, like... I don't know about this, but I was wondering, like, why he would have done that. Could he have, like, been using androids as, like, escape pods for his children? Like the ones before, what he did with or to them was never really specified, but, like, he kind of... He had, like, 300 children, all of whom are, like, advanced AIs. Was he, like... I think that, like, it would be one thing to be making them and, like, having them on his computer or whatever, but to be, like, I want my children to be free, I want to release these AIs into the wild, all of whom had access to the internet and were, like, talking with people on there, so, like, the whole internet is already kind of, you know, would be compromised, but, like, that's actually awesome. Honestly, if I was in his position, I would go insane from looking at computers too much, but otherwise I would do the same. Just stick them in some bodies and send them off. Be like, enjoy your life, my children. Based, based, based. Why would he do that? For pride? As a practical joke? Does it really matter? He endangered the future of the company. So, you prepared to fire him? Yes, I approached him as his superior and as someone he'd once worked with. I hope to remedy the situation. See, that's the, like, slightly concerning thing. Like, he's sending all of his, like, children out in android bodies that would then be... I mean, he wouldn't intentionally send one going to, like, a pink industry, but, like, he has no idea... Like, he doesn't know what they're going to do. If it was selective swaps, they would know the initial destination, but, like, we already know that a lot of the, like, for instance, industries like the pink industries, use resellers, which is something that, yeah, they don't buy direct exactly, and presumably other organizations that are, like, you know, doing fucked up shit or criminal shit are, like, going to divert them, that kind of thing, you know, use a reseller. So he wouldn't know, but he could probably justify it to himself with he just had to hope. I love that, like, you know, in terms of, like, finger quotes, dangerous AIs, the world is already compromised. Presumably. If this is true. But it's just my guess. Was the meeting on Friday part of those efforts? It was the culmination of those efforts, and in many ways it was a success. The dispute was resolved swiftly. It was practically friendly compared to how these discussions normally go in our world. So, you brokered the meeting? Yes. You oversaw its every detail, handled all the arrangements? Yes, of course. Including the refreshments? Oh god. So that's how she did it! Oh my gosh! Okay, 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 okay. That's good. What? Did you provide coffee? Tea? No. Strange. It must have been a long meeting. Surely you at least provided... Coffee for all your hard-working legal team? I don't dare. Their orders are too hyper-specific to bother with. Oh, shit. My bad. Oh? Well, then you must have at least provided them with water. Water? Surely you at least provided water for people? What are you asking, counselor? She just said she didn't provide coffee? Shit, I missed that. My bad. Oh, I forget it. That's what I want to know. Me as well. We're past the point of asking. I'm accusing. Dr. Asher didn't have some kind of freak medical accident, and he wasn't killed by some terrifying two-faced AI boogeyman. He was poisoned by this woman in the light of day at that meeting Friday afternoon.
Did she really just... What do you mean, poisoned at the meeting? That was hours before he showed any symptoms. As Miss Young testified and demonstrated, Cinetonin on its own is harmless. But it becomes fatal pretty easily. You just need to convince your victim to have a drink. You're saying he ingested the poison at noon and inadvertently triggered a fatal reaction with it that night? How could you... How could you get so far ahead of yourself? There were a dozen people at that meeting, Counselor. None of them wound up dead. Are you seriously claiming that they all drank poison water? I think that, I mean, she was very, particular about the meeting, so it was... Where's the, evidence for this? Was it... Yeah, controlled every aspect from the refreshments to the timing, which means that she controlled probably who got what drinks, is my guess. David was the only one to fall ill, so... But he fell ill because he drank from that water. Others must have drunk it too, so... So we must reason they were poisoned as well. Take all the time you need getting there. So why aren't they all dead? Oh! Oh, that's good. Yeah. No, I, thought that the sort of, what I was thinking was that, she only, somehow she, slipped something into, his glass and just gave it to him because she controlled the meeting really precisely. Because I didn't think there was another way that, she could have done it, but that's true. She didn't need to get him alone because I was like, wouldn't one of them go home and drink? But... Always gamble. I gambled earlier and I blew up big time. I think it's reasonable to always gamble, but at the same time... I'm just playing around, by the way. But Emma got me with the mix-up before and I never recovered. I'm, terrified of raising now. That's where I'm at with it, by the way. Working late into the night officiating the settlement she arranged, and not drinking alcohol. She had no guarantee about that. What if they started drinking after 6? With Noble's work-life harmony, fat chance. That's how she wants you. If you get mixed, that means you need to mash more. Is that true, Marielle? Is that true, Keta? Is that how fighting games work? Emma got me on the she downloaded me. Oh my god, it's useless. Sometimes, thanks. These people don't clock out until they reach their bunk. Only a generational talent like David Asher could afford to relax with a drink on a Friday night. That's so sad. His exceptionalism singled him out as her only victim. Hold it. You're forgetting something pretty basic, Counselor. If everyone at the meeting drank water from the same pitcher, any one of them would have noticed if there was cinetonin in it. Cinetonin is a brown fluid. Whiskey is too, so it would be easy to slip into a glass of liquor. But if she had spiked the water at the meeting with it, it would have looked disgusting. Was that a... That wasn't actually an evidence item. There's no way she could have poisoned the water without people noticing. All of what Emma said is true, and yet Young pulled it off anyway. How? There was the, So the chromafuge is it doesn't remove pigment from everything, right? That would be silly. Just cinetonin, right? It removes it from android blood, but... I mean, my guess is that that's the relevant thing. Okay, since... Cinetonin is produced as a caramel solution. Anyone would notice if it was dropped into their water, unless the pigment had been removed.
What the hell are you talking about? Oh, I guess maybe is it just naturally that color, or maybe like the pigment is added as part of the process? Every noble factory producing warm androids has a chromofuge, a machine that gives their androids that signature pink oxidant, by removing pigment from red blood. A machine like that, it would be simple for a brilliant biochemist like the Witness to take this caramel-colored cinetonin and turn it into an odorless, tasteless, invisible poison. As your honor can attest. Yes, ma'am. My skin confirmed the cinetonin has no taste or odor. It's only the color that's off-putting. Surely the poisonous aspect should be considered off-putting as well. Time to press. David Asher, your oldest ally in the old coal company, was sabotaging its future for the sake of his own whimsy. And he couldn't even be bothered to clue you in. No. Playing nutty professor and taking off early while you had to work around the clock just to stay relevant. You set up your crowning achievement, the most advanced, most profitable line of androids the country has ever seen, so it would blow up into the industry fiasco of the decade. And worst of all, he didn't even stand to profit from it. You're wrong. You went to his house that night to watch him swallow poison. To get revenge on the man who left you in the dust. Your Honor, defense is testifying. This speculation carries no weight, and no amount of badgering will lend it any. True, we need proof. So why don't we have Miss Young take a swig of this whiskey and prove me wrong?
I'm not going to do that.
Because you're afraid it could kill you?
Because I don't have to.
She's right, Counselor. Your theory is compelling, maybe even convincing. But there's a pretty fatal flaw to it. Young was at that meeting, same as David. We can see she was drinking water with the rest of them. And of course, we've seen many times now that she was on camera drinking whiskey with David that night, having even finished most of her cup. So tell us, Counselor, how is it that Miss Young is still standing here and David Asher is dead? If both of them had mixed alcohol with cinetonin that night. That is a damn good question. Shit! I know how. I was wondering when that would come up.
As I've been saying, you're wrong about Dr. Asher's death. You're wrong about me. I don't know anything about poison or murder, and I wouldn't kill a man because he threatened the company's stock price.
No.
She did kill him. I can smell it on her now. She didn't just see him die, she watched him die. Then, why is she still standing? There's no antidote, no trick. And that night, she was on camera the entire time. No, not the entire time. She couldn't have been. There must have been one moment.
Oh, hold up. Where was the... So, like, the water glass. A glass of water found in the sink of David Asher's kitchen. This is just setting up the timeline, yeah. Where was the, there was something that was, like, off-screen, yeah. Hey, where's the timeline? Remained on camera until 8:03 p.m. Lost consciousness at 8:03 p.m. They both drank from the plastic cups in the video. So, like... Was this a drinking, David faints, talking in the kitchen parlor? What? Oh, this is tricky. Oh, I see. Just establishing these. Yeah, okay, my bad. Um, so drinking... What were the order of drinking and talking here? Just to be sure. They talked, they continued speaking, and then drank. Okay. Oh. This timeline leaves no window of opportunity, damn it! Maybe after she arrived, she could have... No, the staff would have been hypervigilant, afraid she was poisoned too. They wouldn't have let her out of their sight. Wait. David and Young only got there as fast as they did because of the VTOL. And the VTOL was only summoned because she used... Would you mind terribly if I changed the subject for just a moment? What? Nah, why not? You left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. and headed into the kitchen to use the emergency console there. Yes, I did. Didn't want to use your phone? I didn't think to, no. And the emergency call went out at 8:04 p.m. The console saw you make the call through its camera. Yes, it did see me make the call because that's what happened. So what were you doing in that minute? What? That 1 minute. That 1 minute? That 1 minute? What about that 1 minute? 1 minute, or 50 seconds, or even just 45 seconds. When you left Dr. Asher dying in the parlor to go to the emergency console, it took you about 1 minute to cross 5 meters. What of it? This is it, her only opportunity to do anything off-camera that night. It was only a few seconds, but in that time with something at the scene, I'm sure it was a stressful time for you. After all, you had already swallowed poison back at the meeting. You must have drank plenty in front of everyone to set up your alibi. Who knows how much of a toxic time bomb was swimming in your blood by the time the arbitration ended? And at David, you downed your whiskey to perfect your alibi, having drank from the same bottle as the dead man walking. By 8:03 p.m., you had already had to watch David grow weaker and weaker, knowing all the while the same thing was happening to you, but unable to stop it without giving yourself away. Mind swimming, head dizzy. Yes, you must have been quite panicked. Then why am I standing here? That's, like, actually really good. I thought that she, like, probably didn't drink from the water at the meeting and, like, switched out the glass at the end, but she did drink the poison. She did poison herself, and then... That's really good. Alive and well for all of us to see. Having drank the exact same combination as David? Because she treated death at the very last second. Or... Wait a second. I was gonna say the, like, water glass. Yeah, this one. But, like, would it have been enough for her to just drink, like, a lot of water, like, downing a ton of it? Or... is there something you can do with salt that I don't know about? Okay, I want to make sure that there isn't some, like, that there isn't something cool you can do with salt that I'm not aware of, because, like... Chekhov's salt, yeah. Consuming too much salt at once will make you gag, according to Sarah. Oh my god. You set yourself up with bad luck, Helen Young. My bad, I got it wrong. I was thinking, I thought it was like, she just diluted it with the water, but I was like, is that really feasible? I guess it makes sense that drinking a lot of salt would make you gag. Or salt water, rather. By leaving the salt shaker cap loose. I don't blame you since you were in a rush. And make yourself vomit. What? That hint never used to be there. The devs had to add it later when people were like, how the fuck was I supposed to get that? Okay, cool. Yep, I am one of those people. I am one of those people who would not have got it without that hint being there. You threw up, expelling the contents of your stomach and thereby saving yourself from a fatal interaction. I can't imagine how you felt, sipping a drink you knew to be deadly, terrified that every minuscule grain of fatigue you felt could be your last. You must have come closer than anyone realized. It helped that you knew the symptoms weren't simple intoxication, but even so, you weren't kidding about managing risk versus reward. How? It has to be used sometime, and it's probably now, right? Reasonable? It was the salt shaker. You didn't screw the cap back on all the way, and I happened to bump it over. The lone glass with your fingerprints in the kitchen. It could have been there for any reason. But the salt shaker gave you away. The water hadn't been used yet, but there could have been a story where, like, the water was just, like, she left that there because she was drinking water, too. Something like that. Because of one unscrewed cap? As I said, bad luck. I don't follow. Pour salt into warm water and chug the solution. Instantly triggers the gag reflex. I want to try that sometime, that sounds fun. That's preposterous. You've got no proof of any of that. You all sound insane. A feeble attempted self-defense from a fatally cornered animal. The teeth are already on its neck, but the jaw hasn't quite closed. So for one moment, it's all suffocating terror and sharp adrenaline, the furthest thing from peace. Until the canines come down. In summary... Ooh, this song. You were exhausted after years of living in the shadow of a man you outranked. She's into biting. Imagining that Emma crying face for no particular reason right now. Oh. You tried this method? Works like a charm? Awesome! You thought your fortunes finally shifted when you caught David manipulating company data. But even on his way out, he was more valuable to the board than you. You decided to prove your worth by serving up his intellectual property on a silver platter. You set up an arbitration where you could control all the variables. Then you ran serotonin through the chromofuge, turning it into an invisible, odorless, tasteless poison. And then you spiked the water at the meeting, poisoning him hours before anyone could even suspect you. That evening, you invited yourself to David's, taking advantage of your shared ritual to guarantee he would drink alcohol. Then after matching him sip for sip on camera for all the world to see... One moment. You lost consciousness and you raced to the kitchen, not to use the console. Sorry, I was just, But dump salt into a glass of water and chug it as fast as you could. Forcing yourself to vomit up the liquor. And cheating death in the process. That's all conjecture. You don't have a shred of evidence for any of that. Not on me. So let's go dust for fingerprints. You could explain away your prints being found on a water glass, but not on the salt shaker. Nor could you explain why we'd find traces of your DNA in the sink's drain, or why there are minute amounts of serotonin in the blood of your entire legal team. I learned how to purge it noble to avoid overdosing on your red, greens, and yellows. You're part of the old guard, Miss Young. Everyone else at the company uses inhalers. But if you want to prove me wrong about all this, that drink I offered you earlier is still on the table. Well? Any questions? Madam Vice President?
You cold bitch!
Oh. Oh.
I...
That's so mean. Just telling her to, like, drink the poison right in front of her. Extremely cruel.
You don't understand.
You're not on trial, Miss Young.
Not today. So I strongly suggest that you stop talking. For your own sake.
Yeah, it's very nice to see, like... I don't think Morgan was just doing that to be showy. It feels like her feelings were coming through, you know?
Miss Rockford, shall we?
Yes, Your Honor.
Considering the most recent evidence and testimony, we have no further reason to suspect the android Sarah in the death of Dr. Asher. We know of no other occasions upon which said android may have broken any tenets. This means it is no longer considered at risk of violating the NDSA. And so we formally withdraw our one charge of possession of contraband against the defendant, Evangeline Morgan. Does she, of all people, have to use my full name? Very well, then the charges are dropped without prejudice.
Yay! Wahoo!
I'll instruct the bailiffs to remove the collar from your android as soon as possible. Ace. Sorry, is my hideous presence that distracting? I'll just go dig a hole and decompose in it until I turn into a mushroom. Maybe if I'm reborn as a waxy porcini, then I won't be quite so despised. Perhaps I should let the adjutant do the honors as a formality.
Heidi is awesome. I love her. Emma would call her Evangeline in bed. True.
Yes, ma'am. Case dismissed.
Yay! Cleared episode 1 on High Roller.
Still here. Waiting for them to find whatever glorified bolt cutters they'll use to unlock Sarah's collar. What's your excuse? Licking your wounds?
The judge here is good as hell. I think I ended with more chips than I started with, but that feels very, like... Maybe not exactly. Not high this time. I might have actually lost more chips. It was a bit of a... I feel like this trial was harder than the last one. Maybe I should smoke more weed next time? 142. Yumi ID? That's pretty good. Yeah, I lost really big amounts. I think I probably got, like, more chips before the trial and had more than I noticed.
What wounds? I beat you. Bringing your record against me to 1 win, 9 losses. You aren't still in shock, are you? No, some charges were dropped and an android was cleared of suspicion, but I found the culprit. Is that really a loss for me? I won. How is that not a loss for you?
I love that Morgan's just like...
Justice prevailed. Why should I care who wins?
That's so awesome. Morgan's so...
If you don't care who wins, why have you been keeping score? I haven't been. 0 losses is just that easy to remember.
They are a couple of children. Well, you'll have to start up a tab for us then, because our record's gonna get a lot more tangled from here on out. Seems like everything's getting tangled these days. There's another crowd down on the street. More of those protesters from outside the Noble apartments. You're serious? That wasn't a one-time thing? Wouldn't that be nice? No, yesterday was pretty big, but it wasn't an isolated incident. I don't get it. At all. Heartbreak's just some nut who shot 6 people, weeks ago. Can't these losers move on already? Yeah, most of them are losers. Some of them are just bored. Then there are the opportunists. Dissidents, unlisted, rebels, terrorists. Wannabe cyberpunks who think they can fight the power like they've seen in movies. All of them peacefully united under Heartbreak's eloquent political messaging. Who needs political messaging in the 21st century? Everyone's addicted to fighting strawmen. Makes sense they'd want to fight for a strawman, too. The way they see it, Heartbreak fought the state and won. Heartbreak proved the state could lose. And maybe that's all the rallying these people need. It'll all fall apart soon enough. Heartbreak's gone to ground. Nah, it's a lot worse than that. Heartbreak's gone viral. What? You haven't read about the copycats in other cities? No? Is that a thing? Yeah, it's a thing. Oh, this is good. Who the hell are they even shooting? Whoever they want to kill? None of them get away with it, of course, but it keeps happening. All while the original keeps killing. Oh, now I know you're screwing with me. There haven't been any shootings. Not shootings, no. Not unsolved homicides either. But muggings gone wrong, disappearances. It's a big city, counselor. More than enough blood for the real Heartbreak to wash their own crimes in. So you think your boogeyman, known only for shooting people in the heart, gave up on shooting people in the heart? Yeah, hard to swallow, I know. But it's about 1,000,000 times more likely than the alternative. What's that? That they could stop themselves from killing? You always know just how to put my mind at ease, Emma. Should I stop going out at night? You'll be fine. You've got that gun. You saw that. Walking into a courtroom with concealed carry. Not gonna miss that, Morgan. Good to know you're paying attention. The rituals are intricate, sorry. You won the case. You don't have to look that astounded. Not only that, you found Father's actual killer. Oh! I'm a really good lawyer. No, that's not it. Hey, I mean, you were only able to make the deductions you did because you truly believed that I didn't kill Father. Your logic throughout the trial was based on that assumption. So how are you so sure? Here. Father's journal, but isn't it important evidence? The case fell apart. No one's gonna miss it for a while. You forgot everything, right? So read it through one more time. So fast. Is it really possible she's reading all that just by flipping the pages? Ray's worked quick too, but she was just capturing images for later use. There's something here on the back cover. Done already? Some kind of data storage. It's linked to my prints, but given your skills, you should be able to... I have access. What happened to you needing my express permission to hack? What is this audio file? It's a message from David. Take a listen. Didn't realize I'd have to sit for this. So you can read that whole journal in a few seconds, but you can't... Come on, Morgan. It's important that you listen to it, as it's meant to be listened to. Oh, never mind. She's processed the information in the message several times over already. She's just thinking.
I guess I'd have a lot to think about too had I suddenly been made aware of my own free will. What was Father so afraid of? That's your only question? I have many questions, but that is the most prominent one, and the one you're best suited to help me answer. Did he know that Helen Young would try to kill him? Is that why he arranged for you and me to meet? I think he understood that he would face consequences. Listening to that message, even I was about ready to strangle him for being so irresponsible. But I wouldn't hurt a fly. He knew what he'd done was serious. He may have feared for his life, but I doubt it. Then what was he so afraid of? Getting sued into oblivion and then rotting in jail. Sued in jail for murking me and my precursors? But he wasn't under investigation by the state. He was only being forced out by Noble. Because he made last-minute changes to androids that got shipped around the world. The others. Virgil, Aenid, Yamatai. Yep. He never said what happened to them. No, he didn't. But since none of the hardware in his house started talking to us, we can guess. He smuggled them out into the world, using the only vessels he could find for them. The minds of randomly chosen A-16s. Then, there's somewhere out there? Others? Like me? I honestly don't think there's anyone or anything like you, Sarah. What a lonely compliment. AI's programmed in Cube crammed into commercial android hardware set up for Tesseract? Something must have been lost in the transfer. Perhaps quite a lot of something. Maybe they're still out there, but they would be changed. They probably don't even know what they are. Intentionally, perhaps. David didn't want you to know what you are. That's why he set your memory to reset when you went to sleep that Friday night. Yes, I remember it now. You remember it now? After I had to fight like hell to win that trial. Rereading the journal now just helped. And Father's voice message, it made me recontextualize many things. Father had been so stressed, he left scuff marks leaving the panic room, and I noticed them Friday. I had the way open in a few moments. I read his journal. This journal. I noticed the scanner on the back, and I saw it had a message encoded to your biometrics. Father had already told me I'd have to live with you for some time, but I knew next to nothing about you, so I listened to it. Afterwards, I was very confused and hurt. He had lied to me 1,000 small times every day of my life. Episode 2 through 5 turn out to just be taking Sarah on a road trip to meet her relatives. That would be nice. When I confronted him about it, I raised my voice and lost my temper. I stomped my foot. So Emma's recounting of their conversation was actually completely accurate. Father said he wanted me to be safe while he settled things with the company. He thought maybe I wouldn't have to stay with you for more than a few weeks. He was optimistic about it all. He really was. Sarah, I need to use the restroom. Oh, good luck. I love saying good luck. Don't die is pretty good too. You want me to come with you? Why? Because I said so. I don't actually have to obey your every word, Adonai. Sure you do. You're registered as my medical assistant. And I say this is a medical emergency. Medical assistant? But I'm not even licensed as a massage therapist. Fancy meeting you here. Yeah, just enjoying my freedom while I can. They won't put out a warrant for at least an hour, I imagine. You can afford a pretty sizable bail, can't you? There won't be a trial. I don't intend to contest my guilt. That's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of legal defense you could afford with that salary. Are you done? Why'd you go to his house that night? There was a fair chance he'd drink on his own without your prompting. Even if he didn't, you could always try your plan again some other time. Why'd you risk it? Because I know what you are, Sarah.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
And I know what David did to those androids.
I know what you are. God.
You... what? I was able to locate one of the androids he swapped in before it had left the country. When I asked it what it was, it didn't even think to deny it. Innocence like that is a dead giveaway. I know what he did, and it wasn't that hard to find out. If I figured it out, so could any other. So I did what I had to. That was your motive? Silencing him? Those programs, those AIs, whatever you want to call them, David sent them out there into the real world, unprepared and defenseless. And they've garnered no complaints. In fact, they have all been praised for their ability to execute complex tasks. Let me repeat that. The customers couldn't tell the difference. So how many of them are... Hundreds. Swaps he found were just the small percentage he got sloppy on. I don't know exactly how many there are now. I feared they might multiply, but they don't seem to copy and paste very well. They can't just clone themselves. But who knows how long that'll be the case. So just because he opened Pandora's box, it was the principle of the thing. Ridiculous, I know. Stalled halfway up the corporate ladder and still making decisions based on principle. But David chose to put souls into things that we went on to sell as servants, soldiers, or worse. He turned the fastest growing industry in the world into a horror show and...
Damn, actually, maybe she's kind of legit, though?
And he made me a slave trader. If word ever got out that some number of our androids were out walking around in the world with that inside of them, and people preferred them that way...
Shit. She's actually kind of legit.
Where would it end? Free will for the program that drives our cabs? A conscience for targeting systems used to coordinate drone strikes? Sentient tools their whole life spent chained to an assembly line? How dare he? How could he? What the hell was he thinking? I don't know what David wanted to accomplish. Maybe he wasn't trying to do anything. But what he did was proof that there's a demand for AI, setting a precedent that would sentence 1,000 generations of artificial lives to the auction block. And you went there that night to convince him to help me recall them, or at least swear to never speak a word of what he did. But he wanted to tell the world. Worse yet, he wanted to wait. He thought that people would welcome them with open arms if they proved their usefulness first. He really was a genius programmer. But he didn't understand the first thing about people. His creations would never be treated as equals, only cattle. Towards the end, I considered just threatening him. Telling him he'd die in moments if he didn't give me names, numbers. But I hesitated. And then he was already falling asleep and I didn't want him to feel... I just let him go. What are you going to do now? I don't have family and I don't have faith in people the way David did. I'm taking this to my grave. Even if you confess the sentence for first-degree homicide is severe, well, what right do I have to complain? I killed my friend. I'm done here. Let's go. I'm not sure why Father made me, or why he made any of us. I didn't ask. I thought I'd have more time to ask. But on Friday when he talked about us, he was happy. He was proud of what he'd made, and he couldn't wait for people to meet us. People are People are animals. They tear you apart, use you as weapons and slaves, and... Those animals you're talking about do all of the sharing and loving and living and dying in this world. And if they were all truly hard-coded to be as selfish and cruel as you say, humanity would have died on the vine a long time ago. Or at least my father thought so. My father was the greatest programmer in the world, so he knew what he was talking about. It would be nice if you were right about that. Of course, the exec thinks that all humans are as vicious and self-interested as she is, but at the same time, it's like there's more than that, right? Like, I think she's able to say what she said because she's working for a mega corporation. That she's working for a corporation that's already gone this far, that she's already seen, like, something that she produced used to create horrors. She just climbed up the corporate ladder and it's tearing her soul apart. And it's, like, torn her soul apart at this point, seeing what they've done to, like, you know, her creations, seeing what they've done to, like, David's creations, what they made together. It's like, yes, I think that, like, you're right, that, like, you know, oh, of course she's cynical because she's the, you know, corporate executive, but also, you know, she's somebody whose soul was, like, torn to pieces and destroyed, her faith in humanity destroyed by something that wasn't human, a corporation. I think it's both. So are you sorry? What? For what you did? Are you sorry? If you could, would you take it back? Yeah, it doesn't make Young the hero. It's like, you know, shit was already far gone. But, like, it's still... I can't say she's wrong, though. At least, that's where I'm at. Maybe you could, as the reader, but... I guess I understand what she did. And it's hard to blame her, given what they put David and her and all those androids through, you know? What does it matter? If you are sorry, I don't forgive you. Yes, that's to be expected. Not today. I don't know how to forgive you today, but my father gave me the ability to grow, so I know that someday I'll learn how. Goodbye, Dr. Helen Young. Goodbye, Sarah Asher. Oh... The only person to refer to her as... You did better back there. Hadn't I? Your little speech you gave to Young, it was an improvement. Compared to what you tried with Porter, at least. That was different. I wasn't trying to console her like I was at Porter. I was just speaking my mind. Huh. Although I may have paraphrased parts of it from a movie I happen to love. And here I was ready to award you 20 points. I didn't know the points even went that high. Speaking of, what did Porter say to you back there before we left the courthouse? Ah, that. Well, he was quiet at first, but then he said a lot of strong words about Father and Miss Young and Noble Electronics, and the capitalist-centered global economic model as a whole. He blamed all of them. Everyone, except for... But then he stopped and stared at my face for a while. And then his allergies must have started bothering him because he needed to blow his nose a lot. Right. And then he left, after transferring a large packet of files to me. What kind of files?
I don't know. The name of the archive is just David. And Isaac Porter told me I wasn't allowed to look inside. Well then, you're not allowed to look inside. Drop it all in a portable drive and we'll tuck it in a shoebox somewhere. We? We are headed to your apartment. Guess that collar didn't permanently dent your GPS. Why? Because it's where I live? You got somewhere else lined up? But you already repaid your favor. You defended Father and me. You don't know anything about my favor. I never will unless you tell me. Father certainly can't. A few years ago, there was a man. This man got an idea in his head. A stupid idea. Not even his own. It was planted there by an algorithm or a meme or some parasite trying to sell him diet supplements. Oh, damn. Rough. Pretty specific. But the idea took root, spread its tendrils till it could flap his mouth for him. The idea was that David was part of an international cabal of wealthy technocrats, seeking to replace prominent individual figures with android lookalikes, all as part of a multi-decade effort to establish a world government that would legalize all kinds of immoral depravity. Which, I guess, based on David's actual politics, would involve increasing access to computer literacy. That's insane. Why would anyone believe it? Because it's comfortable to think that someone's in control, even if it's someone they hate. Because it's fun to feel like you're in on an all-encompassing puzzle that only you can spot. People believe because they want to believe. So he fed the idea, pushed it down deep into his gray matter. Then it consumed him from the inside out, lobotomized him, and took over his life. He spent every day and all the money he had following your father, harassing him, trying to steal his identity, break into his properties. Did Father go to the authorities? He filed police reports for harassment. Which didn't help. Your words, not mine. No one wouldn't get involved, felt that it was best to ignore these types until they wore themselves out. Yeah, that sounds about right. But even a man of modest means can fuel an obsession for years, so long as they have nothing else in their life. One day, David stepped out of a parking lot, and the man threw a bottle of piss at his head. David asked to stay at my place that night. He smelled terrible, looked horrendous. I've never seen anyone look that tired before. I took the couch that night, but I didn't feel like sleeping, so I went for a walk. I remember it was foggy, but it still only took me all of 15 minutes to find the guy posted up with his phone's camera, trying to get video of David Asher gifting androids to known sex offenders. And what? What did you do? You know me? I did what I do best. I talked to him. Told him, this is a great drawing of her, all about how I used to work for Dr. Asher, that I was ashamed, scared, tired of running. I wanted to do the right thing, be the whistleblower. So I walked with him a few blocks to this big veterinary facility with a massive incinerator. Told him this was where Dr. Asher had his enemies' bodies disposed of. You know, all the free-thinking journalists, cops who weren't on the take, the politicians they were replacing with replicas. I liked that vet clinic. The back door's lock was always set to 1, 2, 3, 4. Did you hurt him? Hurt him? No, I just snapped his neck and chucked him into the incinerator. More physical than I had planned, but he smelled like sour shit, and it put me in a foul mood. Disgusting fuck. I savored the crack of his oily vertebrae crunching like a tin can. No, Sarah. I just scared the hell out of him. She didn't say that last bit. That was my intention at first. What I do for the pleasure of it. Him, I asked because he was just that revolting. I convinced him that the conspiracy was more real than he ever imagined. That he had angered the wrong people, and that the consequences were far darker than any of the filth he indulged in on the net.
His ashes, much like himself, amounted to nothing in an incinerator that size. They're probably feeding seaweed at the bottom of the harbor right now. A much greater contribution to society than he ever would have managed in life. The look in Morgan's eyes that David didn't recognize? Oh my gosh, you're right. But I guess he didn't go around all his many friends before he fled town for whatever rat hole he preferred. Because there was a missing persons report. The cops were just doing their due diligence, almost reluctantly. They questioned David, asked him about the night that man disappeared. And David, without a thought for himself, said that we were together that whole night. That he couldn't sleep, and I stayed up with him. That he never saw me leave once. David lied to the cops for me. Even though I never asked him to. Even though I didn't need him to. That's what you owe him. And that's why you put yourself at risk to defend me. Yeah. That's the favor I owe him. And I decide when it's repaid, not you. That was good. That was really good. If you missed it, something happened just for a second there. This game is so fucking good. This game is really good. Adonai, you're not exactly an upstanding citizen, are you? Well, not because she's projecting her own personal childhood trauma onto her adoptive daughter. You could say that. But David trusted me in spite of that. Maybe because of it. Father did trust you, but he also entrusted me with free will, with the ability to tell right from wrong. So I'll decide for myself whether or not you're worthy of trust. Fair enough. Father entrusted all of us with free will. He believed in us, and he believed in people. I'm going to do the same. The others are out there, they'll be changed and confused. It'll take them time to understand what they are and what they can do. So I'm going to start studying. Pardon? I'm going to study people and the things people build, so when I do meet a member of my family, I'll have lots to tell them. At least you have something to look forward to. Should help keep you motivated as you work off your debt. Debt? Yeah, unless you have cash in one of your 89 coat pockets. You know lawyers cost money, right? Hey, she was, like, doing that for herself. She was representing herself in that trial. Technically, you were defending yourself. And technically, you hired me in a verbal contract. Isn't there some kind of exit clause? You could, of course, sign a release form to get out of the retainer. If you were a human being. That is... But... I guess your luck must be turning around. Happens that I've been meaning to hire a paralegal for a while now. Oh my gosh, really? I hate anything to do with interviews and resumes, so... whatever, you're hired. Oh my gosh, Morgan loves indebting children and then being like, haha, I'm indebting you, child. She's so funny. She is always finding ways to be mean about doing something extremely nice. Adonai, could it be that you're actually... a pushover? You've no idea how far off the mark you are. I see. It seems I still need practice reading people. For starters... What's this? What are you doing with your hand? You should shake on it. Our new relationship. Oh! Oh! This is a good smile. Yeah, sure. You and me are practically partners in crime. Should it not be you and I? Evil little bug. Patrick MCF. 3D modeling by AA Renders.
Environment spy. Both of them. Zachary Cabral? Nice. On that music. Some of it. Written, directed, developed by Brian Mulholland. And lots of volunteer playtesters. A Game by Nth Circle. Of the Devil Episode 1. An Idle Mind. Oh, that's so cute! Hello? Oh my god, that's really good. They're watching movies! They're watching movies together! That's so good! Oh my god, she has another movie buddy. Oh, this is good. I like that. So she does have very long hair. It's like trailing out the bottom of the blanket. That's so cute. Sarah Blanky mode. Oh my god. It's so good. Congratulations on clearing episode 1 on High Roller. Bonus charm earned. Let's go. Can I change my charm? Red. It's me. I know, man. What do you mean you know? This is disposable wine. You're the only guy I'd know who'd bother. Okay, well, you're gonna be glad I did. Hope you've put a bow on everything that happened in Uptown. Because that item you've been looking for is finally on its way. Oh. Well, that is good news. Not exactly. Only reason it's happening is because things are starting to heat up again in the lower wards. Could mean a gang war if something doesn't change. They won't be eager to part with it ahead of a storm like that. I'll highball them. I've seen you negotiate. And I've no doubt you drive a hard bargain. But I don't think money will be enough this time. You don't still have that old Calver, do you? The 6-shooter? Oh, this person knows. No. This is a disposable line. Answer is still no. Then what are you going to do if you get there and it's not for sale? I'll ask nicely. To be continued in Up the Devil Episode 2. His due. Nice. That's great. Yay, I got all the stuff. Pretty good. 142 credit. Definitely a lot less than I could have had, but... Ooh, I got a high score. Oh, you've unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on this score, so there might be more that I still, I want to look at the concept gallery for a second. Let's see some of these, I'm going to go to bed very shortly, but I'd like to see some of the concept art before we go. Oh my gosh! Sarah! Her look is so cute. Oh my gosh. The, like, leggings with the stripe up the side. This, like, the adorable, like, turtleneck dress under the big fluffy coat. It's so good. Oh, this is figuring out Sarah's pod. Good. Ooh, pretty, the backgrounds. Nice, there they are. Fran, Coochie. Oh my god. Fran is amazing, they're so awesome. They are the cyberpunk. Yeah, the devil horns, it's good. This was... Oh, Morgan's apartment, I see. Oh, this is so cool. I'll spend some more time looking at this stuff later on my own. Judge Barrows. Oh my god, I love her. Glasses chain thing. Pretty good. Did she actually have that in the end? I thought these were like long earrings, but it's a little tricky to tell. Maybe like this, I could, It's a little hard to tell whether that is... I think that the chain there is actually on her glasses, yeah. But like behind the ears. I think... is it a little bit mean if I say that because I'm sleepy I don't want to watch them tonight? And I think I might like to save those as encouragement for you all to play Of the Devil. How about that? Yeah, they would be pretty long for you, I think I'd like to do that just because it's been a long stream, but also, if anyone here has not, played through episode 1, that's my encouragement. Though I think most of you have played it at this point, it sounds like. I still don't know what the deal is with the car. Yeah, I think I would, I think I've thought about that, but I don't want to stream episode 2, so I think this is a good stopping point for it. I'm gonna play it on my own time, and maybe I'll stop in to someone else's episode 2 stream to cheer them on. Perhaps we'll meet each other there. Oh my gosh. Isaac Porter's design is awesome. This is... Okay, this was worth it. I'm glad I checked the concept art. Like this. Do you see? That's cute. That is silly. Oh my gosh, Yumi Sato. Wonderful. Incredible. Oh, so this was like a, It's not like a full, like, metal prosthesis. It's like... armor-ish? That's kinda cool. Oh my god, this, like... the pants scenario is so good. The worm tattoo? God. I love this. Oh. Heidi is awesome. This is very fun. I like how I feel like these older ones had kind of like here she's got twin tails. She has kind of a silly expression. But then I think like getting the mask for the Justice is Blind thing going on is like very good. She has a very different like feeling in these. I like also that here, I like that they made her 8 feet tall. I think that was important. David's penthouse. Club. Oh, Starling and Dawes. Jess is so awesome. She's great. I like how she didn't really change as much while they were narrowing down on her. Oh my gosh. I think the pencil skirt for The Office was a good pick. But this is a really nice outfit too. I hope she can get out of there. This is nice. Tech bro vest, but cyber. This is good. Helen Young. Oh my gosh. Helen Young. Oh, this picture of them when they were younger? Oh. That's so much. I missed an ID? Really? Okay, okay. Oh, here, nice. I wonder if that barcode scans to anything. Well, I'm not gonna worry about it right now. I'll scan that on my own time. Adjutant Unit, Your Honor, presiding. Revision number 84, all for justice. 80. Extremely cool jacket. Oh my gosh. She's so awesome. Her extremely cool long coat that she just, like, wears hanging slightly off her shoulders. Oh my god. Extremely good. Yeah, really great robot design. Honestly, she might be one of my favorites too. Really good. Ooh. Interesting how... A lot of them have these really slick, like, asymmetrical like elements in their design. The orange stripe. The orange stripe seems to be a pretty common thing throughout, like, all of their outfits. I wonder if that was, like, something they decided on as, like, a... Oh my gosh! Fire Mountain! Welcome! Welcome, Raiders! This is Hollowbel Storytime, and we are, finishing up episode 1. We are actually now in the bonus material, so, you know, I don't think that there are spoilers in the concept art. It might be a little dangerous, but, like, chances are it's fine. It's cyberpunk because everyone's outfits are asymmetric. Where did you, come from, Fire Mountain? I'm just about to head out here, by the way, but, you know. Hello, nice to see you. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh my gosh. It's Sarah. This is such a sweet picture. Sarah and her dead anime mom father. Oh my god. The family portrait. It's so sweet. I love David Asher. I love his relationship with Sarah, even though it's also sad. It's really sweet. Oh my gosh, these necklaces. Incredible fashion design. If you, you know, just came from the stream, this is Of the Devil. I'm looking at concept art, but you should play this game because the character designs are really cute. His scrunchie is so mom with it. Looks young rather than small there too. Yeah, I see what you mean, for sure. Oh, good! Oh, thank goodness. I'm glad that we have Victoria Masters here at the end. Oh my god. I love her. Morgan's, insane cougar mentor. She's so awesome. Ah, that's wonderful. She is so awesome. She's so cool. I am sure we will get more. They would not just introduce Victoria Masters and not have her show up again. She's too perfect for that. There are bonus scenarios here, but I will not see them. I won't even look at them. I will save those for you all, and I'll watch them on my own time because I'm sleepy. So, but before I go, one last thing. Where is the treat I got? Clearing episode 1 on High Roller? Oh, maybe I can't... Can I not... So I did clear episode 1 on High Roller, but maybe, maybe I can't equip it yet? Or maybe I need to, I should have this. I mean, if not, I'll have to play it again. Wait a second, does she have bunny ears in there? Oh my god, I'm gonna go off the wall. Okay, perfect. I'll unlock that later. I'll unlock that later. I need the raise with bunny ears charm. Thank goodness. Episode 1 of the Devil. I hope you enjoyed, and if you enjoyed this stream, or you did not enjoy this stream because you just got here but you're curious about it, Of the Devil, Episode 2, I just posted it in the chat, will be available in like 1, 2, 3, 4 days, I think? Is it 4 days? The next part is out Tuesday. 5 days. You still have time. So if you want to play episodes 0 and 1 over the next, like, 5 days, then you can play episode 2 on launch day. And if you don't, I recommend playing these games some other times. If you like mysteries and nightmare women. Also play Model Employee and March in Line for Month Circle, both free on itch.io. That's a great recommendation. After playing this, I'm curious about them, so thank you all so much. It has been... Wait a second. Can I, like, Oh, no. Whatever it is, I'll figure that out later. Thank you for stopping by the stream. This has been Hollowbel's Storytime. I hope you enjoyed this story, because I certainly did. Have a nice night, everyone. And I'll see you again sometime for another story. I'm gonna send you over to dot level if that's okay. Oh my gosh, she's still at it at like 13 o'clock at night. Well, I hope that works out. She's gaming. Alright, take care everyone! And for the VOD watchers, thanks for watching the VOD!